Welcome in, everybody. Welcome back to the return, week 22, episode 22 of Murder Church, the Jeffrey Dahmer insanity trial. Good morning. Welcome to church. Grab a pew. Thank you all so much for being here. Appreciate it. Sending this link out right now to some folks. Please share this out. Like this as you come in. Let people know you're hanging out with PubliclyBuzzed this morning at Murder Church, baby. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Hope everyone watched Feral Friday. Feral Friday was complete fucking madness. Costume party got completely out of control and was fun as shit. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Got to get a new Macho Man Dandy Savage shirt in the shop. That's what I got to do. I'm going to be working on that today.
Let's rock.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 22 of Murder Church. Thank you all so much for being here. Appreciate the hell out of it. We back, baby. We made it back. Last week was canceled thanks to a movie marathon that went all night long over on Kick, but we are back and in living color. Appreciate everybody for coming in here early. Let me check this out just real quick. See what we got going on here on a Sunday morning. Everybody making their way into church. Out the gate, I'd like to give a shout out to Susan. I'm not sure if she's in here yet. Started the plate insanely early last night. As soon as I popped up the link, she was hitting my Venmo with $10. So right out the gate, first of all, let me make sure we can hear the stream deck. I want to show her some love right now. Yeah, working early today, baby. I'm a bad man. Susan, thank you so much. That was unbelievable. Like, that's craziness. I do want to do a little bit of a shout out to just everyone for coming through on Feral Friday. What a crazy fun show. If anyone has not checked it out, please go back and do so. We had a blast. We did a costume party. It was, just a fun show. I had some stuff planned, some paranormal stuff to go over, but we didn't even get there. Okay. It was just endless awesomeness. Everyone, tons of you guys sitting in costumes. We were popping them up live and showing them off. It was really fun, guys. I see Charlotte in here from the future early on. Megsy, Katie, Pila coming back through here. Thank you very much. I am not T-Pain. What are you doing? I'm not T-Pain. I still got to get your soundbite. I've got it prepped. I can probably do that live here, actually. Bonnie, what is up? Shannon coming through here. Debbie, good morning. Aspiring court reporter Sarah, what's up? Just rolling down through here real quick. Everyone, thank you so much. Dixie, Leia, here we go. Pulling in here right now. Sierra. Bonnie Bailey coming through with the $5, baby. $5 holla, as Bob would say. Keep passing the plate along. Ooh.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
I'm a bad man. Thank you so much, Bonnie. Appreciate the hell out of it. Who else? Megsy. I think I said Megsy. Crazy morning and crazy weekend. Been editing all weekend, trying to get stuff ready. One thing I want to do before we even get started, I want to do a little bit of a, well, maybe I should wait. No, I'm going to wait until a little bit later. I'm going to do the midway for that. Joannie, what's up? Joanna, what's up? Coming through here. If I got this set up, yes I do. Yes I do. Morning congregation, Snoop Catty Cat. Wow, okay, that's a really dope name. I've not seen that name either. Welcome in.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna start this thing off. We do not have a lot left of Murder Church, guys. We are down to the nitty gritty. Today's not going to be the ending of it. We're still in the closing arguments. 2 weeks ago, the last time we seen it was Boyle who was given his side of the closing arguments. Now we've got McCain doing so. This closing argument is 2 hours and 8 minutes. So this is pretty lengthy. And then we're going to go in after that. We should have time to go into, Boyle coming back with a rebuttal to McCann here. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be ending today. We may have another week after this. But before we get too close, we're going to be talking about it and seeing where we go next with the next trial, just to see what everybody's feeling. So absolutely. We're going to jump back in here. Carrie, 28 coming through. What's up? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Before it gets too late, what am I missing? What did I almost forget? The church bells. Ladies and gentlemen, Viv will probably be brought in by the church bells, actually. She loves the church bells. Jiggly, what's up? Coming through here. Good morning, church goers. Good morning to you. Thank you for coming through here. I love it. The church bells are ringing. I hope that you are in your pews, folks. Let's go. Please hit that like as you come through the door. Helps us out here with the old algorithm. Share this out on Facebook and Twitter. Let people know that you're hanging out with Publicly Buzzed. And if you have not hit all notifications once you have subscribed to us, make sure all notifications are turned on, because I just got a message last night that somebody did not get alerted for Feral Friday, and YouTube is notoriously bad for that, so keep your eyes peeled on all the socials as well. Derry usually doesn't make the morning ones, Katie. Chris Do It coming through this motherfucker. What's up? Tonight I'm running on about, let's see, I went to sleep about 2 this morning, so about 6 hours. Not too bad, this one. This one I got the most sleep I've had in a minute, actually, this week. No, it's just early, guys. It's just a little early. As you can probably see it in my eyes, I can barely even get them open, and that's just sleep so far. That's nothing else yet, if you know what I'm saying. But no, I feel all right. This time of year usually gets me with a little bit of allergies as well, but no, I'm feeling okay. Knock on wood, anyways. Starry Crystal Knight, what's up? Still see some folks coming through. Hell yeah! All right, guys, let's rock and roll. Let's get in here. Get a little bit of this cooked this morning, and we'll keep rolling here. I'm gonna have to take this jacket off. I do know that because it's already getting hot down here. It has been not unusually maybe because it's still fall here, but it's been weirdly cold, and it's a cold area anyways, but it's been actually warm the last couple of days and this weekend, so I'm gonna probably shed this jacket here. Debbie, I believe, is it Debbie Jung that just came through and became a member? Holy shit, fuck yeah, that's what I like to see out the gate. Hell yeah, you're not going to regret that either. I guarantee you that.
Welcome to the party,
Give you another one. Not going to regret becoming a member here, Debbie, that is for sure. You're going to get a lot of extra content. I'll do a little bit more plugging in a little bit, guys. Let's rock and roll. Let's jump into this son of a bitch. I'm going to shed this jacket first of all. One second, I'm going to shed this jacket.
Be seated, please. Jurors, we're now going to hear from Mr. McKeon, and I think I should alert you ahead of time because we look at the clock and we see it's about 11:15. Mr. McKeon is going to argue till 12 or 12:15 or so, and then he's going to take a break, and what we're going to do is we'll break for lunch at that time, so we'll have lunch at a fairly normal time. And then after lunch, Mr. McKeon will finish his argument. Mr. McKeon?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's been 3 weeks, and it's been like a long time, I know, for you, and it's been for us as well. I felt particularly bad last Saturday. Dr. Fosdell was on all day. It was the 6th day of the week, and I know it was difficult for you as it was difficult for Mr. Boyle and I and the judge and so forth. Yet I was intent on your seeing how thorough Dr. Fosdell was. And if I pushed your patience, I'm sorry that I did. But I think when you sit down to decide this case,
the jury,
you will appreciate that we put on that we were as thorough as we were. But I do apologize particularly for that day because I was weary, you were weary, but you kept at it, you kept with it, and I deeply appreciate that. I am advocate for the people of the state of Wisconsin. I've been in that role for a long time. I'm very proud and very happy to be doing it. I'm an officer of this court, and I've been very pleased with this trial, particularly with your continuing attention. I'd like to go back to when we first met each other, and that's what we call the voir dire examination. A little bit was out here in court, but a great deal of it was in chambers, and I asked each of you a number of questions, and I'm going to remind you of some of those questions. First, we started out by saying the burden of proof in this case is on the defendant. That's unusual in the system of justice. But what we say in the state of Wisconsin is Jeffrey Dahmer has killed 15 people. He sits here a killer in this courtroom, convicted of being a killer. He now asks you not to hold him responsible for those killings. This is a responsibility.
Donna.
He is saying, don't hold me criminally responsible for those killings. And the state very properly says, you're going to have to prove that.
Welcome in here, Donna. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
You'd go with that you wouldn't even psychologically put that burden. And I know there's an instinctive, well, the DA didn't prove this or that. Please,
damn.
Anybody.
Down an early pause, but damn, I gotta shout out Miss Deanna. Wake and bake on the West Coast. It's early as fuck there. Oh my God, you're up early for some Murder Church right now. You know, I don't think about that a lot of times being on the East Coast, but yeah, Murder Church folks that are coming through on the West Coast live, whoa, you guys are the real fucking deal. Let's go. Brooklyn's coming through. I still got some folks rolling through this morning. I love it. Thank y'all so much, man. Jamie, my brother, coming through here. Welcome, bro. Welcome. Hey, members come the fuck through, Katie. They don't mess around up in Publicly Buzzed now. They don't mess around at all. A lot of folks know that you get some really dope content if you do become a member. Twisted Tuesdays, for example. Boom, Disney Nerd coming through as well. Let's go, baby. No, I did the old trim on the beard. It was getting a little bit out of control. First time I have trimmed the beard to this level since starting the channel. I've been scared to death to do so. I don't know anybody that grows longer beards out there, but first of all, there's a weird period actually to get there. So if I do get back to that length, there's going to be a little bit of a strange period of trying to keep it tame anyways. But once you get to that length, if you start to trim it and you want to keep, like, basically, at least for me personally, the sides are no problem, but the chin is always an issue. So I basically just start whittling it down slowly but surely. But this one I actually did want to go pretty short with 6 a.m. on the West Coast. Let's fucking go, guys. That's some dedication, all right? You're not going unnoticed, my friends. Absolutely amazing.
He says in your jury chambers, well, the DA didn't prove this. Stop him. Say, no. The district attorney doesn't have to prove anything. And that's a switch of gears that it may be hard to do because psychologically, we've all been watching films and so on. We expect the district attorney to prove something. I think we did prove it. We brought on a case as though it were our obligation. We presented the best psychiatrists, the most capable people, evidence from lay witnesses, from doctors, from the facts of the case. We proved sanity, but we didn't have to prove anything. The burden is entirely on the defendant who seeks to escape responsibility for the slayings with which he has already been found to have committed, to which he pled guilty. Please, during your deliberations, you said you would abide by that in the voir dire examination when you were first questioned. You said you would abide by that. Please, I didn't have to put anything on. After Dr. Palermo and Dr. Friedman, the court expert.
You're going to see, I'm about to hit a tab down here. I'm going to open up the Premiere Pro. I'm about to export out a soundbite for I am not T-Pain, actually. She sent me one last night that she would like to get on here, and I said, why the hell not? She's a family member here, and yeah, I've just got to get exported. So you might see that pop up, yeah. McCain's face has been blocked out for just a moment. Oh shit, and it's over here. Well, give me 1 second. Everything is on the wrong screen.
Stop testifying, I could have rested the case. And you'd have to wrestle with it, with that evidence. I could have done that, but I didn't. I pressed forward. Please keep in mind, the burden is on the defendant to a reasonable certainty. Reasonable
Morning, Donnie.
certainty.
What's up, brother?
By the greater weight of the credible evidence. If you are not so satisfied of that, you are to answer the court's question, no. Are you satisfied to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight? I don't have to prove anything. If you get back in that jury room and you say, you know, I don't know. I can't tell. Which is it? I don't know. Then you're not satisfied to a reasonable certainty. And you have to answer you're not satisfied to a reasonable certainty. I know I hear that argument the reverse as a district attorney. Defense attorney will get up in the typical case when the burden is ours, and they'll argue that he didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And sometimes they'll say, look, I don't have to prove he's innocent. The defense attorney will say this in the typical trial. I don't have to prove he's innocent. Not guilty doesn't mean innocent. Not guilty means the DA didn't prove it. That's what in the typical case. In this case, not satisfied to a reasonable certainty simply says that. Doesn't say that you're finding him sane. It just simply says the defense didn't
Yo,
prove
Kaylin, what's up?
that the defendant, by a reasonable certainty, did not prove that the defendant was not responsible. It's an important
Patricia, good
concept.
morning.
That finding doesn't say he's sane. It says he hasn't proven that he's insane to a reasonable certainty. So don't say we have to find him sane. You don't. You assess what the defense's proof is. And if you're not satisfied to a reasonable certainty that he's insane, then the answer is no. You're not going in there to say we got to agree that he's sane. That's not it. The issue is, did he satisfy you to a reasonable certainty that he was insane? If he didn't, then the answer is no. At the same time, I think we proved it, that we proved sanity anyways, and I'll talk about that further as I go along. But that is a profoundly important distinction. And you said you'd abide by it, and I ask you to continue to abide by it. It isn't, is he sane or insane? It's, did he prove to a reasonable certainty that he was insane? If he didn't, the answer is no. You don't have to make a finding that he was sane. You're not being asked to make a finding that he was sane. You're being asked to make a finding, did he prove to a reasonable certainty that he was insane? That's the issue before
All right,
you.
let's see if I can get this to work here.
Okay. We talked about a number of things. Number one was the mere fact that a person does an unnatural act mean that he have a mental disease. You agreed that you wouldn't find that. Does the court's going to instruct you on this? This isn't words that I
See if
put
this works,
together.
T-Pain.
Does the mere fact that the enormity of what he's done,
Let's see if this sound clip works. All right, she sent me a clip that was, like, I'd like to have used the whole thing, but I'm afraid of the length of it. If you look on the internet, they say you can't use anything, and then you'll find other places that say you can get away with 5 seconds. Clearly, I can get away with some stuff because I use some rap songs and some random copyrighted content, but I try to go under 5 seconds, like even 4 seconds-ish, so let's see. Huh? T-Pain got her own little thing? Yeah, that whole thing would have been dope, but... Huh? Let's keep playing it. Hit it with that Holly Berry. Huh? We got drunk. Pass the offering. Don, I'm coming through here right now. Thank you so much, Don. I appreciate the shit of that. Let me hit you with a little love real quick. Huh? I'm a bad, bad man. Love it. Love it. There we go. There we go. Did that come through clearly, nicely? I like that one. That was a good one. That was a groovy one, baby. Huh? Groovy, huh? No, I had a little thing there. Steve Friday was probably my favorite show ever. It was nuts. It was so insane. Again, anybody that did not watch Feral Friday, Halloween, you could probably clearly tell that it's our favorite holiday is what's going down here. So fun. Thanks again, Jamie, for modding up today, brother. Appreciate that. Oh shit, trial seems low, Shannon. Let me see if I can crank it a little bit for you. Hold on. I got you, girl. I'll get it up there a little bit. See if that fixes when we come back. Sorry about that. Brooklyn. There's a video montage from my friend Dahmer from the My Friend Dahmer movie to a Talking Heads song that's been on YouTube forever, and that's what sparked my interest in reading it. Okay. I made a load of wax candles, skulls, and recreated Dahmer's shrine. Holy shit! Fuck, is that what you did for Halloween or just every day of your life? Oh my god. Shit. Damn, let's go. Love it. Love it. All right. Todd coming through here. That's what's up. Buzz Nation, baby. Let's go. Dan, Donna. Dan does not do Murder Church. Dan doesn't do Tuesday or Sundays. He's a Thursday and Friday man, unfortunately. But yeah, he's come through on the chat on one special occasion for a Murder Church, but he's not usually up at this hour. He stays up pretty late on Friday nights watching fights, usually. Big UFC guy. See how this sounds for you, Shannon.
That alone, he must be insane.
Is that better?
Because we talked about it in the voir dire. Some people, as Dr. Palermo said, by the way, candidly, I thought he must be crazy.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's true, too. Forgot the gimmick for a second, Donna. Yeah, Dan is missing also, by the way, folks. Dan is lost ever since the Cal incident in the basement. I'm afraid to go over there. I'm afraid to go into I can't get into his wife on the phone. I can't get anybody on the phone. So hopefully we can find Dan. I need to make some posters and put those around online, actually. We need to find Dan by hopefully next week. He's got a damn job to do. He's been taken to the spirit world by cow ghost, by cow poultry guys. Viv coming through this motherfucker. What? Extra bells right out the gate for Viv as she comes through. Thank you, Viv, for being here. What's up? Good morning. Happy Sunday morning. Love it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
He did. The enormity of this, or the unnaturalness of this, as the court will instruct you, is not grounds for saying he's mentally diseased. And the court will instruct you on that. Because otherwise, well, then he must be, if he got away with 10 more, hey, but if he got stopped after one, then what? It isn't that. It isn't how successful you are, how many you can get away with, that somehow if he got 35 or 40, then he must be even more out of it. Not at all. It's not the enormity of the acts or the unnaturalness of the acts. And that's also we discussed at voir dire. We talked about alcohol, and I asked you if you'd abide by the instructions of the court. And there are specific instructions about the role of alcohol in the insanity instruction that the judge will give you. I asked you, you said you would abide by that, and I ask you to listen carefully when the judge gives it. I also talked that under certain circumstances, and the judge will advise you as to what weight should be given if lay witnesses testify. If lay witnesses testify.
Morning, Kelly.
We had put on lay witnesses that talked about his mental status. Curious question. He has lived here 10 years in this community, this defendant, and not one lay witness came into court to say, yeah, he's goofy, or he's crazy, not one lay witness. But we brought in people that had contact with him. Why didn't Jeffrey Dahmer's defense put on someone to say, I've known him. He lived at the grandma's house from December of 81 or January of 82 till he got his first apartment in 85 or so, 86. Why didn't someone come forward, a lay witness? Why didn't someone from elsewhere that had contact with him and say, yeah, I've known that guy. He's goofy. He's crazy. He does odd stuff. We put him on that said the opposite. That's what lay witness testimony is. And you've got to sit back and say, gee, he's lived here 10 years. And not one human being came into this courtroom and said, yeah, they had to go out of this state to get someone to come in here and say that he wasn't sane. That's what they had to do. Keep that in mind. That's the importance of lay witnesses. First, the lay witnesses that we put on to say he didn't seem any strange to us. I'll recite all the questions we asked. He didn't seem strange to us, but consider the negative. He put on no one to come in and say, yeah, he's odd, he's different, he's strange. I noticed this, I noticed that. He talked incoherent, he babbled here. Not one witness, and he's lived here 10 years. I asked you 3 things about the expert witnesses in the voir dire. I said, would you consider their experience, their competence, and their thoroughness? Experience, competence, and thoroughness. I'll talk in a few minutes about that, but that's what I asked on the voir dire. And you indicated, all of you indicated that you would do that. Experience, competence, and thoroughness, which seem to me reasonable grounds, reasonable way to evaluate the competence of the expert witnesses. Let's talk about a few things that were raised by Mr. Boyle in his opening statement. In terms of this defendant did not come from a background of ferocious hardship. Various people are beaten and sexually abused by their parents, assaulted by their father, occasionally by a mother, by a brother. They're beaten and kicked and knocked around. You know people like that, and I know people like that have had a life that was a living hell as a youngster, that lived in fear of a drunken father to come in and kick and beat the child, or to be awakened and to find out that someone is touching you sexually, and the terrible confusion that a child has of a parent sexually molesting that child. All of the experts agreed Mr. Dahmer had no sexual abuse as a child, no physical abuse as a child. There was a problem. It was a broken home. There are probably people in this jury box that came from a broken home. There are people in this courtroom that came from a broken home. There's word now to some extent that 40 to 50% of the marriages are broken homes. Yeah, that's not easy on a kid. I'm not saying it's easy.
Right.
Discussion about friends. Dr. Becker talked about friends. He had one particularly good friend at age 5 that he had. The parents gave him a dog. His parents named Frisky. Again from Dr. Becker, at age 7, the family moved to Barberton, Ohio. They lived there until Mr. Dahmer was age 8. Mr. Dahmer recalls making some good neighborhood friends. And this went on in later years, he recalled being friends with a boy next door over a number of years. They eventually had a homosexual experience, touched each other. That was a friend over several years. It was not a violent sexual experience. It was a consensual sexual experience. Testimony about a lad named David in 4th grade, where he and defendant David were good friends for 3 years. I disagreed. One of the mother of David stepped in and said, no, I don't like this friendship. I feel that's sad that had happened. I moved as a kid a number of times. My dad was in a business that had us move. I hated to leave my friends and say goodbye to my friends, but that happens to people. Talked on about another friend. This friendship with Eric went on a number of years. At age 15, Mr. Dahmer was in the 10th grade. He recalled being good friends. He recalled being friends with a boy named Greg. Then later on, he had a friend named Jeff Six. I don't know what Jeff Six, at one point there's testimony Jeff Six hit some dogs with a car and how the defendant didn't care for that, but that was a friend of his. This isn't a man that's lived, been abused and kicked and knocked around, and you say, oh, we see what happened. He lived in a plot of land in Bath, Ohio, 1 1/4 acres, nice home, a pond in front of the house. This is not someone that you say, my God, how could he survive the way he was abused and so on. That didn't happen in this case. You don't have someone standing here, as happens in a lot of criminal cases, saying I was kicked and beaten and assaulted and raped, denied, neglected. That's not what we have here. The defendant picked up some thoughts, our doctor opined on it, how it may have happened, the interest in at least in a totally compliant sex partner, which was his first choice, a live, totally compliant sex partner, and an interest somewhere along the way that would carry over because of the compliance over to sex with a dead person. What is this urge that we're talking about? And this again is from this Sexual Disorders, the DSM-3R manual. Over a period of at least 6 months, recurrent intense sexual urges and sexually arousing fantasies that the person either acts on or simply is distressed by. Sexual urges, not an urge to kill. Not an urge to kill. Every doctor that testified, there was a unanimity on that agreement. He did not have an urge to kill. He did not enjoy killing. He found killing unpleasant. He found it aversive, they say in their technical words. You may recall the most vivid description is that when Mr. Dahmer had drugged Ernest Miller and didn't have sufficient drugs, and he feared that Ernest Miller was becoming conscious again, and Dr. Becker said he went and got some more alcohol and consumed it, and then took a knife and stabbed Ernest Miller in the carotid artery. Sexual urges is what we're talking about. Sexual urges, first for a compliant body, a living male, and then sexual urges towards a dead body. We've all got sexual urges.
Welcome in, Joe. Thank you for being here, sir.
Dr. Dietz testified that he was within the normal range, talked about masturbating, as I recall, 2 or 3 times a day. He said that's in the higher end of the normal range. Dr. Becker talked about masturbating when he started as a young man. So in the normal range, sexual urge, somehow there's and this is where the word compulsion is so tricky. Instinctively, we think sex with a dead body, repulsive. Why would someone do that? It must be some compelling force, some compunction inside, pushing him into this. He doesn't want to do it. That's the suggestion of the word compulsion. But you have to understand what this disorder is.
Ken should have been an actor.
I didn't experience it as a compulsion any more than you experience your sexual desires as a compulsion. It was a sexual desire. At one point, Mr.
What the fuck? Megsy, talking to Brooklyn, there's a letter of Dahmer to his father in which he says how he didn't reveal the family secrets to the FBI or to anyone else. I wonder what those family secrets were. What the fuck? I haven't seen that one. Megsy has been absolutely amazing during this entire Dahmer trial. You know, loads of knowledge on this as well. Has been amazing in the chat throughout this. But yeah, what the fuck? There's a lot of like crazy conspiracy cult stuff that goes into this that I've found online before. I've got a buddy that is deep into that side of it as well. It goes even into like Gacy and a lot of other serial killers as like some kind of like crazy, basically like a cult ritualistic type deal. That goes deep into fucking, I think it goes really conspiratorial into like literally into the government, into the, into some higher up type things. And, but I mean, I don't know if that's what could be a reference point to that. Like, is that something that you verified, Megsy? I'm super interested by that comment, actually. If you can send me anything on Discord about that at all, I'd like to dig deeper into that, actually. That's super intriguing.
When Dr. Berlin was rolling along, Mr. Boyle asked him a question. He said, however, Mr. Boyle closed the question. I couldn't.
But I'm a sucker for conspiracies. There's loads of conspiracies about a lot of these guys. But I will say this, getting into the Gacy stuff, and especially having someone as close as Bob, who's a fucking absolute expert on it, it's not exactly what it seems either, folks. And a lot of these cases sometimes aren't. So I don't know. I want to dig a little bit more.
Remember that? But I remember Dr. Berlin's answer. He said, no, Mr. Boyle, it's sexually exciting for him. So that's why the word compulsion is so tricky. Naturally, you think dead body, and the word compulsion seems to, what would be pushing you into sex with a dead body? But if you have a sexual desire for it, and that's what the emotion was. That's what the definition, I read the definition of paraphilia from the DSM-3. It's the sexual desire for that. Just like some people like hopefully a kind of fat man in his mid-50s and losing a little hair, how people are drawn. In this room here, there are different people drawn to different sexual things. Some of you may perhaps enjoy bizarre things sexually. And there's nothing bizarre between consenting. You've read it and I've read it in pop psychology. They say there's nothing bizarre between consenting sexual partners. If you want to dress up like the Queen Anne and your husband comes in as the king or vice versa, there's nothing bizarre about that. It's consensual. And people do have.
And Bob had how do you say it, a third-degree relationship with Dahmer through someone he went to high school with. Was a Dahmer victim, if I'm not mistaken? I think, don't quote me on that. I need to talk to him again. But I think months ago when Bob was actually on the show, he said that while we were talking serial killers and including Gacy. Like, the connection to some of this stuff is fucking crazy. Like, it really is a small world on a lot of, when you really break down some, if you start getting into the conversation, you're like, wait, what? Like, how are these connected? Like, in a world as vast or seemingly as vast, and you would think there's no fucking way these things would ever be connected. And you see two things come to light that somehow are intertwined. What?
Bizarre tastes. And some people, as Dr. Dietz said, some people have necrophilic tastes. And he talked about how you relieve it. In the same way this defendant relieved it, except.
Jay, good morning, brother.
At age 18, he decided he had these sexual desires. Maybe somebody in this jury box had a sexual desire at age 18. I had sexual desires at age 18. Let me tell you, I had keen sexual desires. Sexual
Oh, nice. Well, have a great day, Jay. Thanks for coming in here for a minute, man. And yeah, happy birthday, Brian. That's fucking dope. That's cool as hell. Have fun at Dave & Buster's. I've never been to a Dave & Buster's. They look fun as hell. I'd love to go to a Dave & Buster's. We don't have one really close at all, though. Yeah, have a great day, man.
desires strong. I had to control them. You had to control yours. What this defendant did, he didn't enjoy the killing. He didn't enjoy the killing.
And Jay Money.
But as Fosdell said it, as Dietz said it, Palermo, the others, Palermo described it as lust. Lust. Good old-fashioned, solid word that expresses what's involved here. A desire, a god-awful, terrible thing that we don't even want to consider what this defendant did. What this defendant did with this man, and this is the one time I'm going to cite Dr. Wallstrom, because he said the defendant said he had a choice on this one. This is the hitchhiker in Bath, Ohio. He had a choice, according to Wallstrom. He decided, this man that sits in this courtroom now, who has been described as average intelligence or superior intelligence, keep that in mind when you assess it. This man, it seems almost incredible that a man, for sexual purposes, for his sexual satisfaction, killed Stephen Hicks. I don't know Stephen Hicks, I never did. But he didn't have the right for sexual pleasure to kill this man. So he had the desire. I had desires, you had desires. Did you fulfill all the desires you had at age 18? I'm 55 and I've still got a few that I haven't satisfied. This guy decided that he is going to make Stephen Hicks die so that he could extend his sexual desire, his pleasures. It's hard.
Thank you, Maxie. I want to see that.
It's inhuman to think of what he did. Underlying, never wanting to kill. Never got that urge to kill. No sexually connected desire. He's not a sadist. Doesn't get sexual pleasure out of killing. Everybody agrees on that. It's not the sexual desire, does not embrace the killing. He doesn't like the killing. But he decides to extend my sexual pleasure for a couple of days. I am going to kill. And down the line, he killed after that. Maybe not Stephen Twolney. He hasn't been charged with Stephen Twolney, because we don't know precisely what happened. But after that, that's the story. And don't think, oh my God, compulsion, because it's so ugly, the thought of it.
Love you, dude. Have a great day, man.
It was exciting. How would you like it compliant? Talk about the selfishness. A totally compliant sexual partner. Talk about the underlying selfishness here. The partner does everything that you want, and you do nothing the partner wants. The partner lies there completely subject. You don't want to have someone have anal intercourse with you, but you drug them and you have anal intercourse with him. We're talking about a tremendously selfish, and I'll give a quote here about his warped selfishness that he gave to the police about his own selfish desire. And that's what we're talking about. Not an abused, beaten, sexually assaulted kid that had no normal exposure to what sex should be. Not that at all. He did have the idea. No one is saying he didn't. That he didn't have this sexual desire. A sexual desire for a totally compliant person. But that's what we're talking about here. And please keep it in mind. A decision to act to satisfy sexual urges. What is the defendant's choice at the time he's arrested? He's got 11 skulls. 4 of them are in flesh still. He's chopped the heads off. He hasn't finished processing. Gotten rid of the flesh. He's defleshed them and put them in the garbage or acidified them and flushed them down the toilet. He hasn't gotten around to boiling the skulls, to clearing them out, to keep his mementos. What choices did Jeffrey Dahmer
Hey, Chris, have a good day, man. Thanks for popping in also, brother.
Oh, he was cooperative. What kind of choices do you think he had? Do you think it would be any different? Maybe we couldn't have found out who all those people were, but we'd have found out who a number were. Modern odontology, you know that, the teeth. You can find out who these people are. And the fully infleshed skulls, it's their picture. And you publish the picture. And you say, who is this? So what choices did Jeffrey Dahmer have but to cooperate? Don't get fooled by, oh, he wanted to do this. Sure. When the situation was what he was in, he was going to try to minimize the damage to himself to do what he could. Another very tragic aspect of this is sexual urges not tried. I'm going to go through the litany, through the timeline before I stopped, probably sometime after lunch, that I'll go through the timeline. But after Tuomi, after Stephen Tuomi, there's a discussion, and this is verified with Fosdel, Dietz, I think the others as well, the police definitely.
The hard question, Shannon. I think so. There doesn't seem to be any other style except for those big, thick ones that everyone wore, including Dan. There's old pictures of Dan when he was really young with those giant glasses on.
He told the police, after the death of Stephen Tuomi, decides he's not going to try to resist those urges anymore. I've had a few diets. I've been on a few diets where I didn't resist the urge to eat chocolate-covered donuts. But we're not talking about an urge to eat chocolate-covered donuts. We're talking about an urge for corpses and a decision you're going to kill people to get those corpses. Mr. Boyle is pounded on the alcoholic. You could maybe possibly arguably draw similarities in a way. An alcoholic wants a drink. A person wants a dead body. If he's in a morgue, there's a dead body there. There's a drive for that, a pull for that. But the alcoholic doesn't say, don't convict me if I go out and kill someone for a drink. You recognize, you don't say to an alcoholic, yeah, you got a problem. You got to kill somebody for a drink. That's okay, we understand. This man with a dead body is going to have an attraction to it.
Hey, have a great day also, Donna. Yeah, puppy's last day of school. He's getting trained up.
But you don't say, hey, if there's no dead body, okay, go out and kill someone. And if you don't want to do it, aversive to it,
love it. Thanks, everybody.
Have a couple of drinks and kill him. But Jeffrey, you want a dead body, go ahead. That's what we're talking about. And the killing is apart from that. As Dietz said, it's not part of the paraphilia. And as every doctor said, he didn't enjoy the killing. We're not here with a sexual sadist paraphilia. If he was a sexual sadist paraphilia, I suppose the Dr. Berlin would be in here saying he's a sexual sadist paraphilia. I want to make one point clear on Dr. Dietz as well. In the opening statement, it's an important word. That what Dr. Dietz disagreed with his colleagues on, please be very careful here, he wanted to expand the definition of paraphilia. Dr. Dietz did to include people who
Yeah, Joe, we'll get you a Discord set up, man. Figure it out. Figure out what we need to do. You just got to, it's basically just putting it's an app essentially on your computer or on your phone. And yeah, you can have a private one or you can have an open one. Me and Jay are two very different examples of that. I have an open one that everyone can just kind of come in at the very beginning of this channel. I basically just sent everybody into there, and I don't think that was the right move, completely honestly, because every single one of those people are not truly on board. So I have a lot of people that just lurk. There's a lot of people in there that are cool, and they'll chat randomly. But Jay has a specific one that is privately for the people that want to be there because they're going through his Patreon. That's probably the right way to do it. But yeah, we'll set you up, Joe. We'll get you going and figure that thing out for you. Actually, I finally got a Patreon set up last night myself. It's brand new, so there's literally nothing on there yet, but I'll probably start trying to promote that. I'll probably start putting some cool stuff on there, like some me and Dan, or just me when Dan doesn't want to do it, watching movies much like was on Kick, specific movies, probably crime documentaries, stuff that is copyrighted content. And one thing on Patreon, and I only know this because I used to have another one for another channel that I did for professional wrestling, but I had a Patreon for it as well, and I could get away with anything on there with copyrighted content. To upload videos on there, you could do it. You could post a link through YouTube, but you can also go directly by uploading your content through Vimeo. And Vimeo doesn't seem to give a shit about copyright. So I was uploading 100% copyrighted content from television with no issues whatsoever. So I'm going to have a lot of fun on Patreon as well. I'll post that link in there. It's in the link tree that I just posted also. But Discord for Joe, man, that's going to be something we definitely need to get you on because, I mean, shit, you're growing exponentially instantly, dude. Yeah, dude. It's a must, though, quite frankly. You want to get your folks all together. Yeah.
Didn't act on the paraphilia, who weren't distressed by the paraphilia, but still, he said, persons that think about it all the time, even if they're not distressed by it, even if they don't act on it, he said, the category should be expanded to include that group, and some of his colleagues disagreed with that and said, no, we will limit it to people that act on the paraphilia or persons who are distressed by it for over 6 months. That's what Dr. Dietz differed on. What about What about the real difference that he pointed? What Dr. Dietz really pointed out was that Dr. Berlin, the great difference between the forensic psychiatric community looking at paraphilias and saying, look, that's not a defense to a murder case. That's not a defense to a murder case, a paraphilia. He said, no, that isn't done, except the only forensic psychiatrist that he knew of that subscribed to that idea was Dr. Fred Berlin. Who do we see here testifying? Dr. Fred Berlin comes in to testify. I think you've got to think. I talked about experience, thoroughness, competence. This is a 15-count murder case. You've got 3 experts, none of them testified in a murder case before. Dr. Fred Berlin has testified in responsibility 7 to 9 times on responsibility, and has never testified on responsibility in a murder case. Never testified on responsibility in a murder case. And he is the only identified forensic psychiatrist by Dr. Dietz who subscribes to the idea that a paraphilia is a defense.
Hey, now that's where it's going to get unique with me, quite frankly. Nickelodeon, Patreon, coming from Kalen. I'm a huge nostalgia freak, as a lot of you know. Like, I love stuff from the 80s and 90s. Hell, I can go way deeper than that. Like, it's my movie marathon. I played a movie from 1951, from 1957. I love old entertainment. Movies today suck for the most part. I mean, there's some good ones that come out here and there, but the old days was where it was at for film, personally. I'm 37 years old, and I still say that. So my Patreon's going to be, there's going to be tons of original publicly buzzed content of true crime, but there's going to be a lot of stuff. I mean, watching actual crime films on there, I think, would be dope as hell. Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm going to be using it a little bit differently than everybody else. There's also going to be exclusive pet stuff. I'm going to try to keep that updated with Gypsy, the kitties, Dan's girl Gigi. Yeah, so we'll see how it goes. Again, it's brand fucking new. There's literally nothing on there. So
it's on a responsibility issue. He is the only one, Dr. Dietz said, that he knows of that would say what this man has is a defense to a murder case. Hence, he's appearing here for his first experience as testifying on non-responsibility in a murder case. Dr. Becker, a nice lady. Dr. Berlin as well, in terms of treatment, yes. Dr. Becker has never testified on responsibility. She told you, not just in a murder case, she has never
had to get hammered
on anything from disorderly conduct upward. Never testified on a murder responsibility case. Dr. Wallstrom never testified on in a murder case. Dr. Wallstrom completed his training, his fellowship. Although he'd been a doctor several years, he completed his fellowship in July of 1992. He is today when he testified, he was less than 7 or 8 months out of his training period. Less than 7 or 8 months out of his training period. He had never testified in a murder case, or a robbery case, or a burglary case. He has testified once before. He's testified on an exposure, in an indecent exposure case. So between all 3 of the defense experts, you've got Berlin 7 to 9 times, you've got Wallstrom once, so that'll make that 10, and you've got Becker never. So 10 altogether among the 3 of them. They've testified 10 times on responsibility and never testified in a murder case. You got to shake your head on that one and say, hey, what's going on here? What's going on here? You've got a defense. You've got Dr. Berlin heading the team, raising a defense that Dr. Dietz said the forensic psychiatry community simply does not support. That's what the defense is here. And you have to ask why these almost totally, well, on murder, among 3 of them, 10 appearances on responsibility among the 3 of them. We brought to this courtroom hundreds of experiences through Dr. Dietz and Dr. Fosdell. The court appointed.
Imagine watching Death Wish, huh? On Patreon. Give it hell. Charles Bronson out here cleaning up these fucking streets. You kidding me? Little Dirty Harry. Let's go.
Dr. Palermo, with hundreds of times. You think the court would appoint someone 6 months, 8 months out of training? What would you say about that? 8 months out of training. You've got to seriously weigh that and say, what's going on in this courtroom with a serial killer, 15 murders charged, at least 17 that he's involved in, and we wind up with 3 experts who have never testified in a murder case and altogether have only testified 10 times on the issue of mental responsibility. What's going on here? I'd like to talk about planning. Here's what the defendant said to the police. This is as follows. At this time I began, you've heard this read, I'm going to reread it to you because I think it's that important. At this time I began to question Dahmer regarding the way in which he would decide which individuals to approach. This is related to individuals that eventually became victims of his. Listen to this. He stated that before going out for the evening, he generally would know whether or not he planned to commit a homicide. And before going out, he would prepare the drug by powderizing it and leaving it in a glass on the countertop of his kitchen. He states once at the bar, he would generally drink by himself and observe the different individuals in the gay establishment. He states that it did not matter the color, race, or ethnic heritage of any of his victims as long as they met what he would call the physical profile. He stated that this was generally from mid to late teens to mid-20s, males with a medium height, slender build, and generally smooth skin. He stated upon sitting in the taverns and drinking, he would notice one, maybe 2 or 3 who fit this profile, whom he found attractive. He also stated that he would generally look for the individuals that were alone or not with a tight-knit group. He states upon deciding which victim he found attractive, he would generally wait until approximately bar time, which would be closing at the tavern. And then as the patrons were filing up, he would approach the victim and ask if they wished to accompany him home for either pictures, sexual contact, or for cocktails, many of the times offering them money. He states this was his general routine, except for times when he met some of his victims on the street, in front of the bookstores, and then the same routine.
Oh, yeah. I saw Matthew Perry found dead in his hot tub. I saw this last night. I'm sure you guys did too. It was viral everywhere. But age 54, found dead in hot tub. No foul play, no drugs at the scene. And some articles say drowning. That's sad as shit, man. He was awesome. I love Friends. He was my favorite character on Friends. He was always hilarious. But I know he had a lot of issues and a lot of drug problems, which I guess is why they go out of their way to say that there was no drug issues. But, I mean, younger, he's not old, drowning in a hot tub. It sounds like something is a little bit fishy there. That sucks, though. I hate that.
As far as offering money for sex, photographs, or cocktails, plans it before he goes out. Cold-blooded planning.
Could be good, Miss Deanna.
For sexual satisfaction. Your life for my sexual satisfaction. Your body will rot in a couple of days, so my sexual satisfaction for a couple of days is going to cost you your life.
Probably for a couple
Another
of hours.
Statement to the police. He stated the reason why he would have the taxi drop him off several blocks from his apartment.
Trigger warning on all this
The
content per
taxi
usual,
driver from
folks.
knowing exactly where he lived at and to see if anyone had been following him, as he did not want anyone to detect his activities. And the defense for that planning, that cold-blooded planning, the defense is this paraphilia defense. This paraphilia defense. I'm not saying it's not a real
A lot of
problem,
content.
but it's a
lot of content in this family we're growing.
A new argument that Dr. Berlin came in for the first time in his experience to testify to. I've talked a little bit about the doctors. No one is saying that anyone's a charlatan. No one, not saying that. I've asked you to in the voir dire to talk about experience. Dr. Berlin is experienced in treatment. Dr. Becker is experienced in treatment. And I've talked already about the total lack of experience in terms of forensic assessment. Dr. Berlin is apparently a forensic psychiatrist, apparently unto himself, that feels this paraphilia should mean that a person should not be held responsible for it. And Dr. Becker, I do not know. She is totally without experience at all testifying. So until she testified to that, one would assume it would not be known what her attitude was because she had not testified before on it. Dr. Wallstrom, a fine young man. He's not young, he worked a little while before he went on through medical school, but he's a fine young man, and he hung tough. He talked about that he was psychotic. He was the only doctor. The court doctors said, no, he's not psychotic. Dr. Berlin and Dr. Becker said he's not psychotic. And our doctors, Dr. Fosdal and Dr. Dietz, said he's not psychotic, but Dr. Wallstrom, the man just out of training, said, no, he is psychotic. And I pointed out, I said, well, doctor, and I referred to a Dr. Charles Lodel that had examined the defendant on January 5, 1989.
Oh, man.
I said, doctor, look at this Dr. Lodel. Examined him, and he said he's not psychotic. And Dr. Wallstrom said, well, when did he do it? I said, January of 1989. The murders were underway. Dr. Wallstrom didn't respond after that. I pointed out that when he was at DePaul and trying to address where he was being required to address the drinking problem, that Dr. Greg Krems had examined him. And Dr. Krems, I pointed out, Dr. Krems said he's got no psychotic processes, thought processes. Dr. Wallstrom hung tough. You have to credit him for hanging tough. All the doctors looked at that issue. I'll touch on various reasons why they did, but all the doctors looked at it, and all the experienced doctors said he is not psychotic. All of them said that, except Dr. Wallstrom.
Shit. Art with Viv coming through. $10. Time to pass the plate for Pastor Steve. Let's throw her up real quick and show some love. She want to get some extra bells, folks. Love it, Viv. Thank you so much. You're absolutely amazing. First of all, make sure you're following. I'm going to go and hit the bells while I'm doing this. Make sure you're following Viv because she's amazing. Absolutely one of the best people on the internet, period. Make sure you're following her on YouTube. But also, I believe Viv has a Patreon, don't you, Viv? Put that in the chat here, or let me find it. Because I don't think you can just post it in there. But, yeah, hold on. I'll get that in the chat here for you. Is that on your Twitter, by chance? Also, but yeah, make sure you follow Viv, and thank you so much, Viv. That's fucking awesome. You're insane. Don't see it right off on there, but I'm pretty sure she does. I'm not crazy, but I'll find it.
8 months out of his training period. I'm not saying that's not a personal attack on Dr. Wallstrom. He may be a very fine man, but it's raising a question. Would you expect that the defendant's attorney here would be 8 months out of law school in a case with 15 counts of murder? And yet the psychiatrist was 8 months out of his training program. How much time did the doctor spend? Dr. Berlin said he spent 4 hours and 45 minutes. 4 hours and 45 minutes with the defendant. If, depending on how you handle this, you are going to rue his attitude in one particular way. I started talking about the separate cases after the first several. Well, he said, I don't have to count the trees to know I'm in a forest. Well, you're going to have to count the trees. You're coming back on separate counts. That's why each of my doctors went count by count. That's why I kept you in the box that Saturday afternoon when you perhaps were ready to say to me, Mr. McCann, pull the shade and leave. Because I wanted you to know that Dr. Fosdal went through it count by count, because a skilled forensic psychiatrist knows that one day you would be going through it count by count. And I don't know what you're going to do with Dr. Berlin's statement, I don't have to count all the trees to know I'm in a forest, because you've got to count all those trees. That's why I had Dr. Dietz go through it count by count, pointing out why he appreciated the wrongfulness here and why he could conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, because I knew you'd have to go through it count by count. I don't know what you're going to do with Dr. Berlin. Several things I asked him, which I thought were reasonable questions. I said, did he plan to kill SS? This is the sexual assault case. SS. Yes, he did. Did you ask him that, doctor? No, I didn't. I knew he intended to do it. Dr. Becker said that he told Dr. Becker that he didn't kill SS because he's going to go to work that night. That's what he told Fosdell. That's what he told Dietz. That's an important control question. Sexual urge that says, look, I got to go to work tonight. If you'll forgive a story that the man that said, honey, I love you, I'll fight lions, I'll climb mountains, and if it doesn't rain tonight, I'll come over and see you. How strong is that sexual urge? And Dietz asked that. He talked about it being within the normal range. How strong is that sexual urge? Berlin said he was going to kill him. He was going to kill him. I think there was pretty much agreement that he was going to kill Flowers, but was there agreement that he was going to kill? Becker said that's what he told our doctors too. How did Berlin find that? Another point Berlin said, well, this ritual cutting up of the body. I said, doctor, did you ask him if he was involved in a ritual? He said, no, I didn't ask him. I knew it had to be that way. Well, our doctors asked him at length, and he talked about it being an onerous, troublesome job. He didn't like it, cutting it up. He didn't like doing it. When he was at grandmother's house, he wore old clothes and did it. We asked him, how'd you do it at grandmother's house? How'd you do it at your place? They got down to his place. He didn't like to get his clothes spattered. He'd be naked. But he didn't like the job. He didn't like it. He liked he liked to masturbate into an open thing, but he never liked cutting up the bodies.
Come in here, Amber.
How can Dr. Berlin say there was a ritual?
Shannon's about to come out she's about to come through the screen right now. You leave Dr. Berlin out of it. He was awesome. I liked Berlin a lot.
When he denied there was and said he didn't like the job. You got to question that. But when you only see a person for 4 hours and 45 minutes, you don't have the time to ask those questions. I figure there were 20 important incidences here. 20. Plus the family background. Let's say that Dr. Berlin took the family background for 45 minutes, and all of them felt it was important. That left him 4 hours. 4 times 60 is 240 minutes. You got the 15 slayings, and each one should be explored, as our psychiatrist did. You got the 15 slayings. You've got the decision not to kill SS. You've got the Flowers incident, and you got the LP incident. Those are 3 important incidences to explore. And then you've got Stephen Hicks and Steve Tuomi. 17 bodies, 2 of them not charged. All of them have to be explored, plus the 3 that he didn't kill. Flowers, SS, and LP. 20 important things to explore, in my opinion, as well as the family background. And other issues, of course. If you're Dr. Berlin and you spend 45 minutes on the family, you got 20 incidences and 240 minutes to cover the territory. That's about 10 or 12 minutes apiece. You can't do it. Yes, counsel can work up things, could make it easier, but you don't rely on counsel. Maybe it's helpful. You ask the questions yourself. That's what our doctors did.
I'm all backwards.
Dr. Fosdell spent 17 hours, I think he said. Dr. Dietz spent 18 hours. You got a tough job.
Hey, Joe, thanks for coming in here, brother. Hanging out for an hour. Appreciate it, man. Have a good Sunday. Thank you, sir.
In front of you. 15 murders. This is not a single count charge where you can go over the facts in a couple of hours. This is 17 homicides spread over a number of years, and 3 that didn't result in a homicide.
No, I don't know.
You can't say, I see the forest, I don't count the trees, because it's important to know, did he want to kill SS or not, and to ask him that. Was there a ritual involved? Did he somehow enjoy chopping up the bodies? Did he enjoy that? Was there a ritual chanting while he chopped up the bodies? Told everybody there wasn't. He told no doctor that there was. When our doctors asked him, he said no, there wasn't. He didn't like the job. But Dr. Berlin says no, there was a ritual, but he didn't ask. And I think you got to say 4 hours and 45 minutes, doctor. Maybe it just isn't enough. And he met for an hour and 10 minutes the day before he began to testify. There's a question left there that is raised in my mind. Dr. Berlin testified that he told her something that night that he masturbated into the viscera. That's what he told Dr. Berlin the night before the psychiatric testimony testified. We questioned who was there with you. Dr. Berlin, and one of the lawyers was there with Dr. Berlin, with Dr. Becker. But Dr. Berlin didn't testify about that. I asked Berlin, well, what do you, 4 of the cases, I said, well, look, there was no sex in 4 of the cases, apparently, that after they died. He said, no, I'm sure there was. Well, did you ask? I know there was. I didn't have to ask. I know there was. But he said nothing about being told that, and I pushed him on that issue. He never said, well, Dahmer told me that. And yet he was up there Sunday night. I don't know what that means. I do not know what that means. But was he not listening? I don't know. But in any event, Dr. Becker interviewed him for 8.5 hours. This was her first responsibility case. I'm sure she felt that she did what she felt was sufficient, although we're talking about, really, I think, 20 instances of seriousness. Dr. Wallstrom interviewed him for 10.5 hours, I believe, and maybe came back another time. But he is a conscientious, newly emerged into the profession, and I'm sure he...
Twitter's wild, Joe.
Dr. Berlin has never testified for the prosecution. I asked him, oh, doctor, the competency issue, you may recall, 7 to 9 times was the competency issue that Berlin said. He testified other times, child molesting cases at the disposition level of child molesting cases, where he would be there testifying, presumably about his program and what his program could do for the child molester. I asked him in all those years, I think he said he'd become a psychiatrist in 75 or 76 or 77. He's been in the district, he's been out there for 15 years as a psychiatrist. I said, doctor, did you ever testify for the Baltimore City District State's Attorney? No, I didn't. Did you ever testify for the Baltimore County State's Attorney? No, I didn't. Did you ever testify for any state's attorney in the state of Maryland? No, I didn't. How about the changeover of DAs that happens in any community where they're elected? There's a changeover in those 15 years. None of the district attorneys, the state's attorneys, have asked Dr. Berlin to testify. Well, doctor, what about in other states? No other state's attorney asked him to testify. What about for the federal government? No. Dr. Berlin is called upon to testify only by the defense. Important you consider that. Especially when Dr. Dietz identifies him as being the only forensic psychiatrist he knows that advances the theory that a paraphilia is a defense on a responsibility charge in a murder case. Legitimate question to ask. He may be an intensely compassionate man wrapped up in treatment. In fact, there are several said, yes, I'd refer someone for treatment. No one said I would refer him for a forensic psychiatric evaluation. And does a person involved in treatment principally, a very caring man, do you over-identify sometimes? And that's the issue you have to ask. Do you over-identify? I want to tell you who I identify with. This has got to be done. Who are these people that died? You didn't see their relatives come in and testify because there was a guilty plea. You didn't hear the facts in great detail. I don't want you to forget it. I don't want you to forget who they are. Sometimes, and this is when I'm in my work, naturally I see people getting very concerned about a defendant, what's happened to a defendant. And because the victim is gone and dead, the victim isn't there to say, hey, what about me? What about me? Don't forget Stephen Twomey, who died in the Ambassador Hotel with the defendant. Don't forget Richard James Doxtator on that board. James Doxtator, age 15, picked up by the defendant, age 15. Don't forget Richard Guerrero, who died at the defendant's hands. Don't forget Anthony Sears, who died at the defendant's hands. Don't forget Raymond Smith, who died at the defendant's hands. Don't forget Edward Smith, who died at the defendant's hands.
It is heavy. Yeah, this is very impactful.
Don't forget Ernest Miller, who was stabbed to death by the defendant because he was becoming conscious. The defendant had to get a drink to do it. Don't forget Ernest Smith. Don't forget David Thomas, strangled by the defendant. Don't forget Curtis Straughter, strangled to death by the defendant. Don't forget Earl Lindsay, first drilled and eventually killed by the defendant. Don't forget Tony Anthony Hughes, first drilled and then extinguished by the defendant. Don't forget Conorak Synthesymphone, age, as I recollect, age 14, for a couple of days of sexual pleasure. Conorak Synthesymphone, age 14. Don't forget Matt Turner, extinguished by the defendant. Don't forget Jeremiah Weinberger, drilled, who made it alive, struggled for life for a day and a half before he died at the hands of the defendant.
Yeah, this is very impactful, Magsy. I agree.
Forget
This is.
Oliver Lacey, dying at the
It
hands
shows
of
the
defendant.
people, right? Like the level
Don't
of
forget
devastation.
Joseph Bredehoft.
These are human
dying
fucking
at the hands
beings
of the
that he
defendant.
took off the planet for his own sexual urges
His hands.
and pleasure.
His hands you've seen on that table. He wrapped them. First he drugged people so they couldn't resist, and that's being portrayed to you as a kindly act. A kindly act. He drugged them before he killed them. What a kind and considerate defendant. As I thought about preparing my final argument, I thought, remember, LP made it alive because he didn't have enough to drug him. He tried to hit him in the back, and LP got out. SS got out because he got out before the drugs took effect. Flowers got out because the grandmother saw him. But I thought to myself, is that a kindly act or a cowardly act to drug him before you kill him? Do you think if I asked each one of these men, each one of these young men, even down to the 14-year-old Conorak and the 15-year-old Doc Stater, I said, look it, would you like to take him on with your bare hands? Give him his knife and take him on. Every one of them said, my God, give me a chance for my life. Of course, I'd rather let him have his knife and I'll confront him barehanded and fight for my life. Foul, indecent, vicious act to drug him first. So a man didn't even have a chance to reach out, to grasp for life, to reach out. That was no favor. Don't kill me by drugging me. My God, come at me with a knife or a gun. I'll fight for my life, but don't drug me. That's what he did. And then for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, Dr. Palermo said, for 5 minutes it takes to strangle the life out of a man. 5 minutes. Want to do that? Shall we tick it off? How long it takes to strangle a man to death?
You can do the whole 5 minutes of this.
Try it in the jury room. Try it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
And everybody says he.
Jump in there.
Wallstrom knew what he was
Hey,
doing.
morning,
In
crime
touch
spouse.
with
What's up?
reality. Knew it was wrong. Knew it was wrong. Don't kill me with a drug, please. Give me a chance. Take a knife in
Neither
each
shall I.
hand. Take a gun in each hand, but don't drug me before you kill me. That's no favor to me. That's no
Hey, Unravel,
favor.
what's up?
Don't kid yourself. Told the police initially with David Thomas, his initial statement to the police was,
Appreciate it.
I
Thank
wasn't
you.
drawn to him. I wasn't sexually drawn to him. But I was afraid when he woke up he'd be angry. Quote, he'd be, quote, pissed off. So I killed him. Later on, he changes his testimony. He said, no, he had sex with him. That's what he told the police. He'd be pissed off. And the second person, Raymond Smith, there's discussion about that too. Being
Yeah, this is pretty
concerned
powerful.
about Raymond Smith, the man that's been referred to as Raymond Smith and Cash D. So, with respect to the doctors for the defense, conscientious. I don't think you can do it
Hey,
in
good
4
morning.
hours and 45 minutes. I don't think you can do it for a man right out of school, can do it in 10 hours or 10 and a half or 12 or whatever you put into it. For a man that just finished his training, I don't think that's sufficient. And Dr. Becker, who was conscientious, obviously, but has never, ever testified, never wrestled with the issue of criminal responsibility. And she's treatment-oriented. And that's good. That's good. But what we want, and they can understand the feeling. My colleague asked about using the name Jeffrey. Well, several other people use the name Jeffrey. But she read that long thing where the name Mr. Dahmer, Mr. Dahmer, Mr. Dahmer appeared. I like people that are compassionate. But when I want an expert opinion, an independent, unbiased expert opinion, and then I want someone that can provide that. And the issue here is responsibility. Responsibility. Let's shift into the doctors. Dr. George Palermo, experienced, tremendously experienced man. He talked about his experience in Europe, as an experience here in Italy. Talked about his first experience when he was at a hospital in Colorado. Apparently some man that spoke only Italian got involved in a slaying of some type, some incident where there was a court procedure. And at first you thought that somehow he as a resident got involved in this court proceeding. Testifying, he said, oh no, and I asked him, oh no, I was just in my training. He didn't testify on that, but he assisted in it.
Hold on.
You heard a very
screen
candid
here.
man. He's a delightful man. You liked him, I liked him, you saw him here. He's being forthright. He came in, he said, look, I got the appointment, I thought, he must be crazy. He must be crazy, look what he did. But after he spent, I think he said a total of 12 and a half hours with him. He said he is not insane. Jeffrey Dahmer is not insane. And he went in thinking, he went into kind of a bias that he must be. He said, no, he is not. Someone asked
the
him about
graphics,
schizophrenia,
Lord,
and he
and
said,
to make it bigger.
this is way beyond schizophrenia. Way beyond.
Hour and a half in.
Schizophrenic can do only certain things. And that brought to mind that you found an echo in that in Dr. Fosdell. Dr. Fosdell, psychiatrist, broad experience, testified across the state numerous times, 20 years. He said, Mr. McCann, the most bizarre cases I've seen in my practice are not by insane people, they are by sane people, not insane people. And he said, if you may recall, the mentally ill get bum-rapped, thinking that that this is something out of mental illness. Don't bum-rap the mentally ill by finding that this man is mentally ill. As Dr. Palermo said, yes, he got problems. No one is saying he doesn't have problems. I'm not standing up here saying he's a healthy with no problems. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. He had strange sexual desires. He acted on them and killed to satisfy them. That's why we're here. He is not. And all of them, by the way, all of them said at least average intelligence, and several of them, I think Palermo was one of them that said, no, this man has a superior intelligence, not average, superior. His qualifications are extensive, broad experience. He's testified often on responsibility cases, many times. He provided his background, his teaching, where he's taught, how he's been affiliated, where he's an adjunct professor, and so on. As I see my notes here, he did examine him for 12 and a half hours. He appeared to be of high intelligence, had a certain degree of emotional tranquility and easiness while discussing the matters at hand. It talks about does not evidence any remorse. The memory was good. His speech was always coherent and relevant, and his ideas progressed logically. He was fully cooperative. His effect was appropriate to the situation. His memory for past and recent events was good. Goes on. Talks about alcohol. Most of them made, except for Dr. Berlin, who added it, but in their initial findings said he's alcohol dependent. And we've advanced that and argued it and submitted it. Then he talks about the incidences. Then he says this: the above was not part of a frenzied type of behavior, but was every time the outcome of a calculated, prearranged plan that the defendant was able to carry out these heinous crimes. The defendant, again from Dr. Palermo, the defendant did not seem to have a great deal of remorse for his killings. He seemed to want to emphasize that lust and power were the basis of his actions. Lust. Someone should die for that. In addition, he concluded, it is my professional psychiatric opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the defendant, Jeffrey Dahmer, was legally sane at the time of the offenses he has been charged with. Indeed, he possessed substantial mental capacity to differentiate right from wrong, refrain from wrongdoing, appreciate the nature and quality of his actions, and conform with the requirements of the law. He wasn't hired by me. He wasn't hired by Mr. Boyle. He was hired by the court. The court will instruct you about appropriate weight to be given to a court expert, and you must abide by that instruction. But I submit to you, he's no hired gun for the defense. He's no hired gun for the prosecution. He said he's testified on both sides of these issues. Does the court want to break at this point? What would you?
This is comfortable with you? Fine.
I'm comfortable.
Okay, we'll break for lunch at this point. We'll reconvene at 1:15. Court's in recess.
All right.
Be seated, please. Mr. McCann.
At what point should I stop speaking, Judge? Is it one? How much time do I have?
Oh, I think if I recall, you have about an hour to an hour and 5 minutes left.
Fine, but I shall stop at 2:30 then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll be speaking till about 2:30. I know this is a tough time after lunch. I know it's tough for all of us, and I know the seriousness with which you view this, and I will have to speak rapidly because there's a great deal to cover, and I trust that my rapid speaking doesn't put you to sleep. We've talked already about Dr. Palermo, and I've read his opinion to you that the defendant was fully responsible and that did not lack substantial capacity and so on. The second court expert was Dr. Samuel Friedman. He is a psychologist. He testified as to his expertise in the area, and among the things that he did was state the following: as he read his report, that in dealing with probable etiological factors, Mr. Dahmer implicates concepts of lust and control. Further, he said feelings of lust, particularly concerning adolescent, youthful males of well-proportioned physique. And finally, his opinion was as follows: in addressing the issue of criminal responsibility, it can be stated that there is no substance to the NGI plea. That's not guilty by reason of insanity. No substance to an NGI plea. At the time of the alleged offenses, Mr. Dahmer was fully able to appreciate right from wrong and to conform his conduct to the dictates of the law. Now, it should be pointed out that these are two very experienced men. You saw them. They're senior men, obviously. Palermo was a very broad experience. Friedman's broad experience and experience in life that came in as independently appointed by the court and gave their opinion. There was a difference in some particularities. There was a difference between them on how they perceived the mental disease issue. And let me speak to that mental disease issue.
Anniversary! It's anniversary!
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary.
A number of the psychiatrists testified that yes.
Sorry, I was muted there. I was shouting out. Poke Mom. Let me redo that. Poke Mom. Bam. Sorry about that. 1 month, baby. We'll do this again, too. Happy anniversary. So happy I found this nutty, lovely crew. Bam. I'm glad you found this as well. Yes.
There is a different perception within the profession of whether a paraphilia is a mental disease or not. That issue was knocked back and forth, and it's clear that there is a difference in the profession. You're going to get an instruction from the judge that it's up to you to decide what label. You really have a very broad discretion in determining what's a mental disease or not. The court will tell you that you're not going to be constrained by what any psychiatrist says, that it's going to be up to you to decide what's a mental disease or not, and the court will give you an instruction, an abnormal condition of the mind, and so forth. I don't see that as a big issue in this case. In this here, between the court experts, there was a split. Both of them said he is fully competent. Both of them said that there's no merit to the NGI plea. He has the capacity to appreciate wrongfulness. He has the capacity to conform his conduct
there
to
she
the
is.
requirements of
Morning,
law.
Austin.
Both of them
Been
ruled
moving.
that way, and one said there's mental disease, and one said
None.
there isn't. It's up to you to decide. Don't get hung up on it. My suggestion is don't get hung up on it, because the definition that the court will give you, you decide.
Dixie.
You're not constrained by any label. To me, the real issue in this case is conformity. That's what the experts both of the experts of the court said, that there is capacity to conform, capacity to appreciate wrongfulness. That's what our expert said. That is the issue really before the court. Is the defense has already conceded that, in effect, that right from wrong the defendant knew. No psychiatrist took the stand and said the defendant didn't know right from wrong, except maybe Wallstrom did. I don't really recollect Wallstrom, but certainly Becker and Berlin said he knows right from wrong. The experts from the court said he knows right from wrong. Our expert said he knows right from wrong. We discussed it with our experts.
It's a good idea, crime spouse.
Down the line, particularly Dr. Dietz broke out every case on the right from wrong issue. And I don't think that's really an issue. And I think with the broad definition that the court gives you, you decide what's a mental disease. And I don't see that as a hang-up, because the court experts and the state's experts said no, the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness and to conform is there.
8
and
months?
I think that's the essential issue of the case.
Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Hung up on the debate between the two court experts, is it a mental disease or not? The issue is capacity. Both of the court experts say yes.
8 months is insanity. 8 months is insanity, Austin Raines. Holy shit, yes. Woo! And I was already being asked by Miss Deanna earlier if there's going to be some more dank-ass teas coming, and there definitely are. I just was basically telling them you've been moving. As soon as we can get together and do a new collab and get some fresh ideas going, we're going to be doing another round of some dank-ass shirts, guys. Do not worry, for sure. Hope 8 Fear rolling through here as well. Good morning, good morning. Thanks for coming through, and thank you for the beard shout out. Thank you, I really appreciate that. I always get worried when I go a little too low. Everybody hanging out this morning. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Down through here. Oh shit, Pokemon going to come through. $9.99 super sticker. Shit, Pokemon. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hit you with a little bit of love with it. With a little bit of love with it. I'm going to hit y'all with one of these because I don't hit it enough.
I'm sober enough to know what I'm doing, and I'm drunk enough to really enjoy doing it.
That's the battle cry of this channel, quite frankly. Boom, we're gonna get it, baby. Yeah, she's been moving, working her ass off this week, so as soon as we can get some time, some more shirts will be coming. Don't even worry, don't even fret. Bonnie Bailey also 5 months as a member. I'm climbing up too. Holy shit, welcome, or not welcome.
Happy
Thanks for being here.
Happy anniversary.
That's a long ass time. 5 months. And anybody that does not know, every two Tuesdays, not this one, but the next one will, and I'm going to keep calling Tuesdays Twisted Tuesdays, but every 2 Tuesdays there's a members only stream. It's specifically for members. So make sure that you are a member here on YouTube so you don't miss that content. Every 2 Tuesdays I do a new murderer event, serial killer, something that most likely that you haven't heard of, that's not talked about at least frequently in the true crime community. So make sure that you are a member. All the people that are a member, look at this right here. I'm not T-Pain for 2 months. Stevie is secretly a leprechaun. That is true. That is true.
Happy anniversary.
Son of a bitch! Anniversary! It's anniversary!
I did know that, Kaylin. Yes.
Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Morning, Mimsy. Morning. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Substantial capacity is there. Friedman very bluntly says there's no merit to the NGI plea, or whatever what was the exact word? He rather forcefully articulated. There is no substance to an NGI plea. So I would suggest you not get hung up over the issue.
Almost forgot about the new one.
Oh man, I shot Marvin in the face.
Why the fuck you do
Where did I
that?
put that? Hold on. Where did I put that? There it is. Hold on. Hold on. We got drunk. We got drunk. We got drunk.
Of the mental disease or not. The real issue is control. And even as the court's experts ruled that opined that there was control there, so do our experts, although our experts also see a difference on that issue, as psychiatrists do. So the critical issue isn't really whether we call paraphilia a mental disease or not, because you're going to decide that. And nothing the doctors say, as the court will tell you, is that you make that decision. You're not at all bound by what any doctor said. If all of them came in here together and said, this is not a mental disease, you still have the authority to say, yes, it is. Or if they all came in and said, it is a mental disease, you have the authority to say, oh, no, it isn't. So you have a very broad authority in that area. And the fact that doctors split, as the court's experts split, as ours split, I would say don't make that, don't hang up on that, because you have a very broad capacity to define mental disease, and the real issue is conformity. I'd like to speak about citizen witnesses and their perception of the defendant. And we asked them basically the same questions as they testified. First, the ones that had the very extensive experience with the defendant, and that is at the place at which he worked. Mr. Benning and Mr. Haney, who testified. They had had contact with him. He started in 1985 at the West Side Chocolate Factory, worked there until July of 1991. So you have an experience of 6 years there with the defendant. Day in, day out, what do you work? There's 2,040 hours. Say you knock off 2 weeks vacation, there's 2,080 on a 52-week, there's 2,080 working hours. Say if you make it a 4-week vacation, knock it down to 1,900 plus, and the two men's vacations are different perhaps. You've got well over 1,900 hours a year that you're working there, and over a 6-year period. And both of them came forward. And we asked, must have sounded like a litany to you, but it was the same questions, basically. Did you see any delusions? Did you see any hallucinations? Did you see any incoherence? Any catatonic stupor of any type, any stupor? Was he able to relate his thoughts to one another? Did he have racing thoughts? Was he out of touch with reality in any way? And they said no. They'd worked with him over all those years and said no. They've spent literally thousands of hours, more than Dr. Dietz, more than Dr. Fosdal. You can add up all the hours the doctors put together, and they're a pint compared to the time that Benning and Haney worked. And they're supervising him, they're watching him, they're relating to him, giving directions, watching how he's doing, and so on. So you have a tremendous breadth of experience there. The court, as we indicated at voir dire, the court will instruct you on what weight to give lay witnesses. But goodness sakes, that's a lot of time to be with a guy who's claiming that he's should not be held responsible because of a mental disease.
Bobby, welcome in.
That's a lot of time to spend saying, no,
oh my God, like cracked some ribs 10 days ago. I'm in much pain, I'd say, but I've always been in pain in the ass. So Jesus, Bobby, that's horrible. I cracked my ribs in high school. I was a wrestler and had some cracked ribs, and it was fucking the worst pain of my life. It was horrible. You can't breathe, you can't move, you can't sleep, you can't do anything. Jesus, take care of yourself. I hate to hear that.
We didn't say anything like that. Nobody disappeared from the chocolate factory. None of the workers there. We also called some other people. Princewell Sopa, the manager of the where he resided, where he lived. We went right to where he lived. Talked to the manager that had dealings with him. No, he said, no, he's been a good tenant, not had trouble. In fact, which I want to be honest, surprised me, he said he had the neatest apartment in the building. This isn't a man living in you ought to see my bedroom. Hate to say that. You might think that, hey, compare that apartment to McCann's bedroom. What we're saying is this isn't a wildly deranged apartment, even with the activities that he was doing there. He said that. And others that visited, when the officers came in the midst of the Conorak involvement, the officers came into that apartment and said, no, it's basically a neat apartment. So that you have, here's a guy living alone. I didn't get married till I was 34. A man keeping his apartment alone, clean, relatively neat. According to Princewell Sopa, the neatest in his building, I submit to you, is living is not a wildly disordered lifestyle. Sopa testified to his own education, how that he had seen him for the time. He talked to him from time to time about complaints about odors. The defendant responded to that. Sopa even considered going into business with him. Well, the question was put as an investor. Well, maybe everybody wants an investor in their business, but on redirect, the question was put, on redirect, well, did you anticipate that he would stop in and visit with your customers? And he said yes. And then he was put the question, did you ever see him with delusions, hallucinations, incoherent? Was he able to relate his thoughts to one another, racing thoughts? Was he in a stupor? Was he out of touch with reality in any way? He said, no, that was not Jeffrey Dahmer. We called also a man named Kyle Whaley, who on 7/12/91, the defendant had decided to increase the barrels. He was going to get fired and develop the capacity to wipe out all the bones, the skulls, and everything if he chose to do that. Dr. Dietz talked about that he was weighing that, whether he had laid in the muriatic acid, 16 gallons of muriatic acid, powerful acid, and was thinking of doing away with all the evidence. The beloved, supposedly, skulls for the temple would be wiped out completely, flushed down the drain. He'd have walked out on July 31st with not a whit of physical evidence, not a whit remaining. That's why he got the acid, the bigger barrel. That's what he was thinking of. Whaley sold him that barrel and talked about him. They spent some time together. He seemed normal to Whaley, took him through the same questions. Delusions, hallucinations, incoherence, related thoughts, racing thoughts, stupor, out of touch with reality, said no. They talked about the different size of barrels, how they were, and they completed the sale. We talked to a Mr. Alton from the hardware store, but to bring you right up to date, recently, people talking with him as he was getting in the muriatic acid, a substantial quantity. Alton said, yeah, it's almost wholesale bulk to get that much. Of course, he not at all dreaming that this was going to be used to reduce down bones and possibly skulls down to pulp to get flushed down the toilet. We talked to the carpet cleaner that visited the home several times. He also spoke of it as a relatively trim, neat apartment, and what transpired there, the efforts of the defendant to apparently remove what was blood, but telling him, no, it is not blood, it's
Morning, Ashley.
And he not knowing whether it was red wine or precisely what it was. So we presented citizen witnesses to you, a cross-section of citizen witnesses. Again, I tell you, 10 years in this city, and the defendant produced no one. That's important. That's what you call negative evidence. You don't just consider what our positive lay witnesses, you say to yourself, if he's been here 10 years, powerfully strange that no one says, hey, this is what his situation is. I'd like to talk then to Dr. Fosdal. Again, you forgive me if I'm moving at a pretty fast clip. Dr. Fosdal testified how he saw him starting back on October 16th. He saw him for 5 times. You know from that Saturday afternoon how exhaustive he was, how careful in particular. 17 hours, went into each case, discussed each case, each incident, into the background. A very careful,
very good point, Lisa.
Able practitioner, a day-to-day forensic psychiatrist in Wisconsin, has appeared throughout the state as an expert witness, had extensive experience earlier in his career. He told you he had worked at under the sexual deviant law at that time in Wisconsin. He had worked up in the Waupun area and also in Madison at facilities where he processed and evaluated numerous sexual offenders or alleged sexual offenders referred by the courts. This is a man with a substantial experience in evaluating sex offenders. He advised that his interviews, he read substantially from his notes. You could see what a careful worker he was, and what his conclusion was, that this defendant did have the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct and to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. We put on an expert that has done that hundreds of times, not someone that's here to talk about their first murder case. And he was engaged by the state, contacted by me, said a day or two after these events unfolded, and consulted with us, and stated that he is most frequently appointed by the court. He is most frequently brought on by the court, although he might be recommended by one side or the other. But most frequently he testifies as a court-appointed expert. He said he approximated in about 25% of the time he supports the plea. In other words, about 25% of the cases that he's involved in, he comes in. In fact, I think, as I recall, that he said twice in the month of January, that in this county, and twice in the month of January, he had returned findings that the person involved in the case met the criteria for not being responsible under the law. This is, I submit to you, as an independent man of integrity, a thoroughgoing professional who demonstrated his commitment to doing this thoroughly, and experienced, competent, and found that the defendant had the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct and to comply his conduct with the requirements of the law. Some of the issues that he noted, I'll be touching on further as I directly address the issue of control, but some of the exact quotes out of his notes that might be of interest to you. Quote, it's kind of, quoting the defendant, it's kind of pathetic. It's my own fault. If I had chosen a different path, life would have been different. Further asked, When asked what he was blaming, the defendant said, "I have one person to blame, the person sitting across from you. No one else. No one put a gun to my head. I had choices to make, and I made the wrong choices. I could have made different choices in the past. It's obvious to me if I had more foresight." Went on to say at one point, going to the bath houses, quote, "kept me somewhat satisfied for a while." Then started, after he was closed out of the bathhouses, started looking around for greater satisfaction. Said he took 2 or 3 men back to grandmother's house whom he did not kill. They left later. When asked how he decided which ones he let go, he said, "Those that left I met while I was quite drunk. I lost my attraction to them as I sobered up." This a man with a sexual drive that's...
Actually, I think it's a comb over. I think it looks real. Maybe not, though.
It's abnormal. A man that's able to control it. Because what he wanted from them was sex. Remember, that it isn't the killing that he takes pleasure in, it's the sex. During the period of pendency of the SS case, talks about a 3-month break, said he still had the desire, but there was, quote, "too much legal activity going on," close quote, so he just used pornography and videotapes. When asked about the lapse in a certain time period, he said he continued to engage in pornography and attended bath clubs in Chicago. That he was not going to engage in more homicide, was going to wait till he got his own apartment. I understood that in discussion that he was sometimes, he said he was often, quote, "too tired," close quote, or, quote, "didn't have the time," close quote, to find another victim. During the interludes, said he did not have any planned times when he wanted to pick someone up again, just when he had the time, but admitted that the desire and the interest were there. Then talking about, as Dr. Fosdell told you, and I'll dwell on it a little more carefully, how he never would take someone that had a car. Isn't that sexual desire? Talk about being able to control your sexual desire if you choose. I suppose if you thought about it for a while, about sexual desire, you know, I love you, honey, but you got a car, or you don't have a car. That sounds like really overwhelming sexual desire, doesn't it? That's the desire. He could handle it, because he doesn't want to run a chance of being caught. Because if the guy had a car, as he told Fosdell, the car comes home and sits out in the street. He doesn't have a license, a driver's license, and the police would be suspicious if that car was there. Does that sound like overwhelming sexual drive? He would target them, see them leaving at the bar there. Yeah, I'd like that guy. Get a guy alone. Get him as the bar closes. Go up. He has a car? Sorry. Come on. Get serious. Get serious. Able to control your sexual desire, if you have a car or not. Let's not kid ourselves about what's going on here, planning it. Again, I remind you what Dr. Fosdell said. My most bizarre acts, the cases he's handled where the most bizarre acts occur, are not the mentally ill. Don't bum rap the mentally ill with this type of a case.
That's truly, so you can kind of see the way it like connects with the part, right? You can tell if it's kind of fake or not. There's some good ones today, though.
Dr. Deist. Exceptional qualifications. I don't think you saw that curriculum vitae. It was handed to you. This is a man of extraordinary ability. I don't think that anyone could dispute that. He is gifted. He's worked hard. He got his degree at Johns Hopkins, and he went and taught at the Harvard Medical School. That is a tremendous thing for a young man coming out. They assigned him up to Bridgewater. He said they were trying to change the image of the Bridgewater Medical Hospital, and it became where they're processing people that are going into the courts. So he was involved in hundreds of evaluations of people going into court through the Bridgewater Hospital in the state of Massachusetts as he taught on the Harvard faculty and in the medical school there, running that particular program. Involved him in people, hundreds of cases of people that were on their way to the courts that were passing through the Bridgewater Hospital. He was then said he was approached by the government to work on the team in the Hinckley case, and then worked for a period of time on the Hinckley case. He then accepted a double involvement at the University of Virginia, where he was on both the law school and the medical school faculties. law school and medical. You have an unusual combination. Here is a forensic psychiatrist invited at a respected law school, respected medical institute, to be on both faculties. This is a man knowledgeable in the law and knowledgeable in medicine. A thoroughly, thoroughly qualified individual. Has he done a lot of work for the government? You bet. CIA, Mr. Boyle elicited those distinguished cases, national cases that you've read about. Then he talked about serial murder cases in which he has testified. There's been more than one murder. Talked about the Arthur Shawcross case. He has written and researched in the area of serial killing. This defendant is a serial killer. He is a serial killer. This psychiatrist has testified in such case, has researched such cases, and has written about such cases. You get who has been on a law faculty and a medical faculty, a uniquely qualified commentator on the legal scene and on the psychiatric scene. And he is a top-notch individual. Towards the end of the day, the second day when Mr. Boyle was cross-examining, I must confess I had assumed, because the defendant, and I'll said it again and again, I think I read it at the opening statement, I can read it again on alcohol, the defendant said he was drunk every time he did it. He had drank. Well, I think maybe everybody relied on that. And Mr. Boyle put a question to him. This was late in this cross-examination. Well, doctor, have you always assumed that he was under the influence because of his statements? And he said, oh, no. And he turned, there he was, his notes, flipped open the notes. Jeff 6, he quotes Jeff 6 from high school, starts quoting from high school what happened at high school, what military discipline was levied on the defendant for intoxication. I'll tell you, I was taken aback myself as he started to go through incident by incident in the military, released from the military early, an incident back in Bath, Ohio, where there was a resistance, fighting, eventually tying in the absenteeism, that there's been a correlation between drinking and absenteeism at the job. I tell you, I don't know about you, but this is, even though the defendant said repeatedly he had been drinking, the doctor didn't believe it. He elicited that. I suggest to you, do you think Dr. Berlin could have done that? This is an extraordinarily competent, who brought a lot of hard work to this matter and was organized. He's knowledgeable. He's on that special paraphilia subcommittee of the DSMR. He's knowledgeable in his field. He's practiced. This is I think, an exceptionally gifted human being. He talked about the responsibility issue, and on each case then he broke it out, down through the case. Here's the evidence of knowing the wrongfulness. Here's evidence on the conformity issue. Detailed, right down, every case. And I submit to you, when you're back picking out the trees in the forest, what is this one? You're going to remember, I submit to you, you're going to recollect that Fosdell and Dietz talked about each case, opined on each case. You will not find that. You can search till your eyes are sore, your memory, you're not going to find that about Dr. Berlin, who said, no, I see the forest, I don't need to go through the trees. I don't need to look at each tree. I submit to you, you have to look at each tree. And that was one reason why I wanted to be very, very thorough in presenting my psychiatrist, that they had done exactly that they had checked every tree and opined on the basis of their examination of those trees. I'd like to talk about the issue of control, and I'm going to make this somewhat of a mix of historical. I'm premising some of this on Dr. Fosdell, some of it on Dr. Dietz and what you've heard. Let's talk about what's involved here, the Stephen Hicks matter. Whatever the defendant, whatever his paraphilic interests were at that time, there was no killing until this occurred in the summer of 1978, on or about June 20 of 1978. There had been talk about a jogger. I listened carefully, and it was clear some of the doctors thought that he had planned to kill the jogger. Some of them thought that he had planned to render the jogger unconscious. I don't think you can see that clearly, and either, as I recall Dr. Becker's notes, it sounds like the defendant told Becker unconscious, As I recall, Berlin thought it was going to be that he was going to slay the man. But at any rate, the first slaying takes place, Stephen Hicks, in the summer of 1978. What happens after that? He finishes the summer in Bath, Ohio, and goes for the first quarter to the University of Ohio. Oh, not to the University of Ohio, to Ohio State. We all know that the Midwestern Land-Grant College, we're talking like Madison, thousands and thousands of young people walking about, many hundreds who must have met the physique, the interests of this defendant, and yet he doesn't slay anybody. There's no evidence of involvement in a sexual assault. The biggest thing that comes across is a lot of drinking during that time, but no involvement in any sexual activities. He returns, goes into the Army in December of 1978 and goes down south to barracks, and of course for a training period. Then over to Germany, and is in Germany for several years. There is evidence, as Dr. Dietz threw out, that he responded to his sexual needs by masturbating, by use of pornography, but no evidence that he initiated a sexual assault on anybody, no evidence that he killed someone to get their body, no evidence that the desire didn't continue. Presumably the desire continued, the paraphilic desires, but the defendant controlled them. It's a period of time that the defendant controlled them, did not act them out. Evidence of the control capacities of the defendant. He's released early because of drinking, and in March of 1981, goes down to Miami, Florida. Collins Avenue. I don't know if anybody in this jury has been on Collins Avenue, but it's along the beach. He talks about sleeping on the beach. Florida, from March to September. Must have been thousands of young men walking around with the physique that attracted him, but he doesn't kill them. He does not involve himself in a sexual assault with any of those individuals. Returns to the city of Milwaukee, returns to Ohio. In September or so, there was evidence that the father brought him back up to, he came back up to Ohio. No evidence of an assault in Ohio from September to December of 1981. In December of 1981, as I recall, there was testimony that cited it as December and some testimony of 81 and some that cited it as January of 82. He moved up here to West Dallas to his grandmother's house. That time, 1982, takes a job at the plasma blood bank. Again, the particularity of this Dr. Dietz. And it's an odd thing. He brings it out. He uncovered it and tells you, yes, he had an experience. He drank the blood of a Native American. He brought that out. As I recall, no other psychiatrist brought that out. A thorough man, questioning, well, what happened at the plasma company, and what did you do, and effective questioning, and shares that with you, shares that item with you, and said no, he didn't like it, and wiped himself off, and never did it again. But a man that feels that you may want to know that and brings that out to you, Dr. Dietz. As I recall, he is the only one that mentioned it. And of course, he testified last. It wasn't as though someone suggested it to him by earlier testimony. He testified last. From that time, he worked at the plasma and was there for a year and then left that job. Then there's discussion in 1983 and 1984. He's still living with the grandmother. He decides, falls under the religious influences of the grandmother. And his lifestyle changes substantially. He starts dealing, he says, quoted, suppressing the fantasies, the paraphilic fantasies. Cuts back substantially on masturbating. Starts going to church, starts reading the Bible. This is a commitment. This shows control. Shows his capability of suppressing when he wants to, suppressing the fantasies and suppressing other activities he might otherwise have been pursuing. We have the incident in the library, the West Ellis Library. The guy drops a note in his lap. Let's come on downstairs to the bathroom and I'll give you a blowjob. A homosexual type of proposition. The defendant at first shrugs it off, starts thinking about it, and then re-engages himself, starts going to the porno shops, finds out about the bathhouses and the gay bars, and starts involving himself in that lifestyle. That's the defendant's choice. That is his choice. And that's what he does. Talked about it as a choice that he pursued. He then becomes involved in the bathhouse activities. Several men want to have anal intercourse with him, and he doesn't like it. He submits to it, but doesn't like it. However, he likes the milieu, the opportunity to meet people there and to experience sex there. So he takes care of it. How does he take care of it? Goes and lies to a doctor about getting some sleeping drug, that he needs a drug, and starts doing it. You can set the date. There was testimony by Lieutenant Moyler about how many pills were bought at what times. And you can see where he was using him for the bathhouse work, and then you can see when he's buying him, when he's using him as the first step in the slaying of a human being. You can see the many, many hundreds of pills that were involved, and he himself rarely using it. And the defendant then starts drugging people at the bathhouses. That's pretty rotten thing to do. Pretty rotten. Whether you approve of bathhouses or not, that isn't the issue in this case. I suppose whether you approve of doing that or not isn't the issue either. The issue is homicide. But it's a rather selfish thing to do, come in and say, okay, especially when he doesn't like to be anal sexual intercourse, drugs the guy, then he does it. Then he does it on him. He has a close call. He said somebody almost dies. They got to get him out to the hospital. He appreciates the danger of the drugging when one of the individuals has to be taken out to the hospital from the drugging event. He's out of the bathhouses now and starts going to the hotels. And he speaks of going to 2 hotels. And eventually in November of 1987, he's by the way, when he's drugging these guys, he's not killing them. There they are. They're helpless. He doesn't kill them in the bathhouses, and he doesn't kill them in the hotels. And then we come into November of 1987 at the Ambassador Hotel. He's not charged with that count. I don't know what happened in that count. I don't know what happened with Mr. Tomey. There's no body left. There is no corpus delicti for Mr. Tomey. No one can say how Tomey died. The defendant says he woke up, and there was Mr. Tomey with some chest problems, dead. He had drugged him. Did he die from an overdose? I don't know. I don't know how Tomey died. But his body was totally destroyed by the defendant, so there's no corpus delicti for the Tomey matter. The defendant then decides, right at this period of time, this is November of 1987. Well, however, that is an issue in this case, how Tomey died. It's a fact, though, because you want to consider that in the psychiatric assessment. After this, the defendant decides he's not going to try anymore. He decides he's not going to try resisting. I don't know how well he's done resisting because he's been into the bathhouses, but he's not going to resist anymore. And here's, I say, not resisting. All of us got to try till the day we die. You got to try. And if it's a sexual interest that you have, if you're drawn to the lady next door, or if you're drawn to children down the street, or if you're drawn to somebody you work with, we got to try. I'm 55, and my sexual interests haven't stopped. I'll be candid with you. And do you think I can stop controlling? I don't think so. But this defendant decides he's not going to try anymore. He is not going to try anymore. What is the price of not trying anymore? Not jeopardizing his marriage. That's bad enough. People do those things. The price for him is first to render people undrugged so he enjoys the sex, and then to kill them, to continue for a couple of days of pleasure. And after that change, what happens? Right here, he talks about it with, I think, virtually all of the psychiatrists discuss this discussion, and on it comes. Whether it's discussed as urges or compulsion, I've talked about compulsion, and I'll read this again. What the paraphilia is a sexual urge, recurrent, intense sexual urges. That's what we're talking about. You've had paraphilia. If you are drawn to your wife, you're single. The difference is the object. It's not. I've had intense sexual urges. I assume the people in this room, most of the people in this room, have had intense, recurrent sexual urges. That's very natural to have that.
Okay, McKeon, calm down. Calm down, buddy.
Is an unconscious person
lady behind him's like,
or a dead person. That's the difference. Not something super hypersexual, as Dr. Dietz said. Normal sexual drive at the higher end, but within the normal range. And I'm sure there are probably people in this box that maybe are in the higher end of the normal range. At any rate, after this,
everybody in the box.
This decision, what happens? James Dockstader, age 15. Sorry, Mr. Dockstader, I want a couple more hours of sexual pleasure. You are going to have to die to give me those hours of sexual pleasure. That's what we're talking about. That's what this case is about. So James Dockstader dies. He doesn't have a car. What's this chopping up stuff? You know, it's not a ritual. He said that. What's this chopping up stuff? Hey, that sounds strange. Chopped him up. He doesn't have a car. He already had an experience back in Bath, Ohio. Remember when he chopped up Tuomi? He stopped at 3 a.m. by the Bath, Ohio Police Department. They stopped. They think he's drunk. It's left of center. He told the psychiatrist, the officers even flashed it in, see the bags, the garbage bags in the back of the car. He's had an experience hauling Tommy's body back in 1978. He doesn't attempt to borrow a car to haul the body. He decides to destroy the evidence right there, and he is immensely effective at it. Immensely effective. Acidifying, eventually his acidifying process, immensely effective at it. And as I say, at the end, he could have done it all. With the muriatic acid he had, the 57-gallon barrel, he could have wiped out all traces of all these people, and as Dees told you, he was thinking precisely of doing that. Next Guerrero. He has decided, and he proceeds to do it. Next Guerrero, and he kills Guerrero, uses the same drugging. Ronald Flowers. This is very important and very interesting. Ronald Flowers, I think there's little doubt that he intended to kill Ronald Flowers, even as he had brought home Dockstader and Guerrero. What about neither of these men had a car? Flowers has a car. Remember, Flowers testified. Couldn't get his car started. He was with his friends at the club down in the area. Couldn't get his car started. Goes up to the telephone. He's going to make a phone call. And who approaches him? The defendant, Dahmer. They're talking, oh, I can't get my car started. Dahmer says, come on, we'll grab a cab home. I'll take my car and come back and jumpstart you. Dahmer doesn't have a car to come back and jumpstart him. He doesn't have a car. What do you think Dahmer had in mind to do with, you saw Mr. Flowers. I would not wish to confront Mr. Flowers when he was angry. You saw him testify. The defendant, no, come on out to my place and, we'll jumpstart, I'll get my car, we'll come back and jumpstart your car. And out they go to his house, and of course he drugs Mr. Flowers. Mr. Flowers said as he came in the house, he heard an older voice say, is that you, Jeffrey? It's the grandmother. At any rate, Mr. Flowers is drugged and passes out, comes to in the hospital. And the defendant, with the psychiatrist, tells what he had done, that he had sex with him, that somehow or somewhere the grandmother came along and either somehow came to light that he was there, that other man was there, Flowers was there. That saved Ronald Flowers' life. And the defendant didn't proceed. Didn't wait till the grandmother left the house or what, got him out of the house. And this happens in other cases where there's the plan goes awry, changes his plan. If the plan was to kill, the stroke is underway. The grandmother apparently saw Mr. Flowers.
Well, I've got everyone in here today, and we still have a good little bit of this. This is a 2 hour and 8 minute closing on McCann's half. Then we have a rebuttal from Boyle, but we're 133 into this. But I did want to do like a little bit. It's not really a commercial, but I did want to show something. I've done a little bit of plugging on Twitter before. And if you look into the bottom of any of the videos that I'm posting now, you guys can see this, correct? Yeah. Bring it over. I'm posting these Amazon links, and these are saying like, these are Amazon affiliate links, and when I'm posting kind of like plugging this is if you use these links to shop, like you shop yourself, like if you're actually buying stuff on Amazon to use these links. I can understand that being confusing because you're clicking the links and then you're going to say a random product like this camera, right? You're like, I don't want to buy this fucking camera. Well, here's the thing. If you use any of these links, guys, you don't have to buy that product. When I'm posting those links, essentially, if you use any of them, say you go to this, you've portaled into Amazon through that link. Now, if you shop on Amazon through that link, it helps Publicly Buzzed out. And I'm going to show you exactly how it helps Publicly Buzzed out. This right here is, I signed up for this thing called Amazon Affiliate. I'm an Amazon Affiliate program, whatever. I'm tiny as fuck, as you can see. But anytime I get click links, anytime anybody actually clicks on any of these links, that registers. But anytime someone clicks on that link and then does their shopping on Amazon, some of those products gives the kickback for an Amazon affiliate. So as you can see, I've had 322 links, total items shipped. That's someone, whoever it is, thank you so fucking much, has used a link and went into Amazon and then made a purchase. Okay, and then the holiday season's coming up, folks. I know people are going to be using Amazon. Use any of these links. Save these to your browser. That would help me out tremendously. 3 items have shipped and a total earnings of 81 cents. So it's extremely minuscule. It's not a lot of money, but you never know, right? So it's a little bit of extra, maybe possible help. But yeah, if anyone, again, I know it's confusing because when I posted it, people are like, this goes to a camera or this goes to the mic. I get that. I totally get that. And I see why it's confusing. But if you do use any link, underneath this video or any of my videos, I've been posting these, you don't have to buy this product. Then you say you want to go shopping. I want to go shopping for a shirt, whatever. You're already on Amazon through my link, and say you purchase this shirt the way you got to this site through my link, my affiliate link, that would give PubliclyBuzzed a kickback. So yeah, if anybody would, I thought maybe explaining it would help out a little bit, because I understand it is confusing as shit, quite frankly, but I thought I'd kind of just do a little bit of a Amazon affiliate commercial for you at PubliclyBuzzed. And whoever is the person that gave those, that did the link clicks and actually purchased some stuff when you did that, fuck yeah. But I was thinking, the holiday season's coming up, you know you're going to be using some Amazon, guys, so that would help out tremendously. It'd be cool as shit. So yeah, save that link, any of those links underneath the video, portal into Amazon, and help PubliclyBuzzed. Love you guys.
Flowers. Mr. Flowers is alive by that chance alone with the grandmother. Otherwise, the defendant's ability to change the plan. Then the sexual assault that transpires. Here there is a 5-month period where the defendant is not involved in any assault. Sexual assault of SS. He testified. You saw him here. You were past, I remind you, you were past a stipulation, not identifying him by name, but you know his particular relationship to another victim. You're aware of that. And SS is invited on the street a 13-year-old boy. This was on September 26, 1988. You saw him here in court, and you saw how slight he is now. And that's...
See, Keystone got a poncho on the old Amazon. See, if you would have used one of those links underneath my videos to get there, I might have got a quarter. Probably a lot less. But you guys see what's up. I'm going to try to start plugging that and letting people know what's going on, because I get it. I totally get it being confusing as hell, guys.
That's 2.5 years ago. You decided yourself what he would have looked like. He invites him in, this 13-year-old lad with a $50 offer, and proceeds to drug him too. Takes pictures, takes a hold of his penis, takes it out, takes some photographs, and slips him the drug. And the kid realizes that something is awry and gets up and leaves, and Dahmer says, no, I've got to pay, and the kid goes home, drug winds up in the hospital, and the police become involved. I asked Dr. Berlin, what did he intend to do to ask?
No, you don't see. Okay, that might have been a fear too. Do you see what they purchased? No, we don't actually see what they purchased. We can go back there and look. There's no information like that. You just see, I just know on October the 16th, there was 10 clicks, and that's the day that the 81 cents was made. So somebody on the 16th did it. As you can see, there's rarely clicks. Sometimes when I plug it, there'll be clicks. And if the purchase is, but again, it's really just if you're going to go shopping, and I know people use Amazon every single day, so I'm trying to get that out there, plugging it up. A little bit of extra help could never, harm anything.
And he said, kill him. He told Dr. Becker he intended to go to work that night, and that he wasn't going to kill him because he had to go to work that night. That's what he told Dr. Dietz and Dr. Fosdell. He was at work that night. We know that because that's where he was arrested. When the youngster called the police, Gary Temp testified. The officer went out to the house after he'd come back from the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital, interviewed the kid, took the kid down to the apartment building, identified the defendant's apartment, went to the manager, got the name and the work site, and they went out and arrested Dahmer at the West Side.
Oh yeah, Ashley, thank you.
At 1 or 2 that morning. This is on the 27th of September. On this day when he was arrested. What happened there?
Thanks, guys. Hell yeah, appreciate it.
Either he decided that he was going to go to work and didn't want it, or he decided that he wouldn't attack this youngster because the youngster hadn't fully gone under the drug. In either event, he made that decision. Sexual drive, I can only analogize it to a woman, let's say, but honey, I love you, but I got to go to work tonight. And I'm sexual,
Help me out a lot, guys, seriously.
Or was it he didn't want to struggle? Relatively slight young man. He didn't want to struggle with him. Wouldn't run the risk. Even though it was minutes before that drug was taking place. Didn't want to struggle that might call someone's attention to what was going on. So SS, by virtue of that drug making it out of the house, SS does not die.
Underneath any video, Sierra, underneath any PubliclyBuzzed video, it says PB Gear. Any of those Amazon links will do the trick, guys. Appreciate that. All the interest is amazing right now. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'm not sure if I can use it in being Australia. Now, that's a good question, Lisa. I'm not sure about that either. Give it a try anyways, but that's a good point because the Amazon sites in other countries are slightly different. They end like with the CA for Canada, for example, or AU for Australia, I'm sure. So that's a good point. I'm not sure about being outside of the U.S., but inside the U.S., guys.
While this case is pending, the defendant is eventually sentenced on May 23, 1989. He talks about running into Sears, Anthony Sears, and we like. Jeff Connors testified, the man that drove the car out They had met, and he said he was with Sears. Sears met with Dahmer, and he gave them a ride out. Notice where he dropped off, though. He said, well, they dropped off, and he gave the intersection. When Officer Yaki testified, he said that intersection was about 2 or 3 blocks from the grandmother's house. There you have direct confirmation, not just the defendant. And I read to you how he said when it was a cab, he always got out. Here he gets out. And you see the effectiveness of that, because Connor came...
All right, update here. Charlotte, I can't do it from here. So it looks like, and then Lisa said she's going to try from Australia. It looks like that maybe outside of the U.S. it's not possible. I didn't think of that. I'm glad you guys actually mentioned that. But anybody in the U.S. should be able to do the links and help out Publicly Buzzed. But that sucks. That really does blow that you can't do it outside of the U.S.
Back and looked, and they couldn't find out. Remember,
Fix that,
he said it was the
Bezos,
sister of Sears trying to find out what
prick.
happened to Sears. And it was effective. Being dropped off blocks away was effective. Where do you look? It's blocks away. Flowers had said that too. You may recall Flowers said when they rode out in the cab, what is this? He's got to walk a couple of blocks before they get to the grandmother's house. So even the cab driver would know what had transpired. In any event, he is sentenced, and I will read in a few minutes from the transcript of that sentence because I want to remind you. In terms of control, from this period on, from the 25th of March, 1989, until the 20th of 90, that's 14 months, there are no more slayings. No more slayings. During this time, the defendant serves 9 months at the House of Correction. 9 months of those 14 months, he's at the House of Correction. 5 months, he is not at the House of Correction. During that time, he slays no one. He's released every day. He's released to go to work. Control. Comes back. He could say, I'm just overwhelmed, I've got to go out and get a dead body, but he doesn't do that. He does not do that. On Thanksgiving Day, he's out, starts drinking, meets a man who, and he said how, the psychiatrist said how he was drinking that night, and I think it was that Thanksgiving, and winds up being hog-tied himself with some man putting a candle up his rear end. In an odd twist of the tables, he becomes the victim of another man's exploitation. But in any event, for that 14-month period, 9 of which he is released to go to work, no evidence of sexual assault. Control, because he has decided not to have that. He mentioned somewhere along the line, he's waiting till he gets his own apartment. He gets his own apartment. Soapwell testified, as I recall, in early May, the defendant gets his own apartment on North 25th Street. During the pendency of this matter, he said after this arrest, shortly thereafter, he went back to the grandmother's house. Then he's at the House of Correction. In early May of 1990, he gets his apartment on North 25th Street. And after that, Raymond Smith is the first victim. He's got his own circumstances, his own arrangement, and we start through the slayings. He becomes more effective at it. Let me talk a little bit some of the pattern here of these slayings. He could stop when he wanted to. You saw the long periods when he chose not to engage in these activities. Dr. Dietz asked him, he told Dr. Dietz that at the time he had killed each of these 15 victims, he would have refrained from doing so if a witness had entered the room. The fact that Mr. Dahmer was able to...
Now, you know what I'm going to have to do is, and I just even thought about this, Crime Spies is talking about it as well. She knows about this. And Crime Spies is out here streaming as well, folks. I know she's on YouTube. I think she's on Kick. She's on Rumble. She's doing a lot of stuff also. But, like, I almost need to, because I think you can take, like, because these are the products that I'm using specifically for my channel that you can look below. I'm almost like, hey, check out PB Gear. That might not be the angle to do it, because I think any product, because Prom Day just passed, I could use any product through my affiliate link, and I need to get to where I can make like a commercial for something that's happening, like something that you guys specifically would actually want to buy, and maybe be like, hey, check this out. But also, if you're not interested in this product, something Christmassy or Thanksgiving-y, just thinking about the holiday, if you use this link, also, bam, you can help out the channel. I don't know. I'm talking out loud here.
Suppress his sexual behavior other than occasional masturbation
Talking
for
out,
a
thinking
prolonged
out.
period of time in 1983 and 84 when he was with the grandmother. The fact that Mr. Dahmer was able to satisfy his sexual desires with masturbation at all times. Not full, complete, but substantial satisfaction. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did in fact satisfy himself exclusively with masturbation from about 1973 until the murder of Hicks in 1978, and from that time into the entry of the homosexual subculture of the bathhouses, etc. In other words, the time he was in the military, the time at Ohio State, all those periods of time he was choosing to exercise control. The fact that Mr. Dahmer prepared himself for some of the murders by clearing spaces in an apartment
by powderizing tablets. I've already read from the police report about that, before going out to find a victim. By drinking, by viewing pornography, by viewing the films. He talked about, testified how who of the psychiatrists took the time to view the Jedi film and the Exorcist 3 film? Who of the psychiatrists? One psychiatrist, Dr. Deese. He knew what he was talking about when he showed, let's see that film. Let's see what portion of that film. No other psychiatrist. That's what thoroughness is. When I asked you, would you consider experience and thoroughness? That's what thoroughness is. Show me these films. And Dr. Deese saw those films. He was knowledgeable about them when he formed his opinion. No other psychiatrist did. Mr. Boyle started talking about these films and what they were doing and so on. Dr. Deese saw them. Dr. Berlin didn't talk about it. Dr. Becker didn't talk about it. None of the other doctors talked about it, but Dr. Deese did. That's why, when you talk about thoroughness, you're talking about a master when you're talking. Because if these films are important enough to Mr. Boyle to argue about them, why didn't his psychiatrist look at them? Dr. Deese did look at them to see what role or influence they might have. The fact that Mr. Dahmer generally limited his murders to weekends when he would have sufficient time to enjoy and initiate disposal of the victim before returning to work. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill any of the men he was attracted to while in bars or on the street or at the mall or the peep show booth or pornographic bookstores or in the bathhouses. He didn't. This is the man, when he said he would go out, if he couldn't find a guy with a car, without a car, he'd go back home. Not that he'd start prowling the streets, driven, overwhelmed by sexual desire, prowling the streets to get a man. Not the way he operated. Tightly controlled. His place, get him in, drug him, do it. No car, tightly controlled. Not so, I can't get a man tonight, I'll go out in the streets and look in the alleys and get someone. Not that. That's what control is about. That's what control, decision to do that.
Big point with the control.
The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill these men whom he found attractive and had rendered unconscious even after lowering his own inhibitions through drinking, where the bathhouse setting would preclude readily escaping detection. In other words, in the bathhouses where they were unconscious, the hotels up to the Toomey incident, not involved in any slayings. Even during these times, Fosdell pointed out in his testimony, from his notes discussion, that when they got backed up in Milwaukee, if there were too many bodies, he'd go down to Chicago, the Chicago bathhouses. And you heard that man testify from the Chicago bathhouses. He brought that evidence that he was registered down there, the number of times he went down to the Chicago bathhouses and took care of his sexual needs in that way. Again, not violating the law, taking care of his sexual needs. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill many a drug unless he continued to find them sufficiently attractive to warrant further steps.
Son of a bitch!
Particularly from Fosdell, as I recollect, Dietz, that if he sobered up and didn't like these guys, that was it, he didn't proceed to kill them. The fact that Mr. Dahmer reported that after rendering each of his victims unconscious, he voluntarily drank additional alcohol for the purpose of overcoming his natural inhibitions against killing them. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did in each instance wait until the victim was in his place of residence, under his control, and behind closed doors before killing the victim. There are no slayings on the street. And even when I'll talk about LP in a few minutes, even Tracy Edwards, he doesn't chase Tracy Edwards down the hall. When Tracy Edwards is outside the apartment, boom, that's it. Not a pursuit. And the testimony from Fosdell indicating that if he'd be tired, he wouldn't do it. If he'd been working all week, he wouldn't do it. If the person would have cooperated with him and stayed. This is what happened to Weinberger. Weinberger is a guy brought up from Chicago. For 2 days, the guy stayed for 2 days. The first day, he doesn't hurt him. The second day, he drills him, because Weinberger starts talking about going home. So it's not the first day, he delays it, and he prefers, he's indicated, he prefers them alive and compliant. And again, as I've said before, which to me is that the guy doesn't own a car. That to me is that you can see the control that he exercised throughout. This is not a man ravenously searching about. And even when it started to step up in terms of his slayings, he doesn't vary from that. He doesn't attack anybody on the street. He continues. Let me speak at this time also to the Flowers case. I've talked to that to some extent. You can see where he decided.
Oh, shit. Yes, I see it, Kalen. Hold on now. Kalen passing the plate. $5 coming through. Let me hit it with you, baby. Boom. you, Kaylin. Appreciate that. Coming through on the Cash App. And yeah, anybody that prefers to use a different means that doesn't want to go through YouTube, 100% understand that. Here is the Cash App, the Venmo, all the other things. Thank you. Appreciate that, Kaylin. Let's fucking go, baby. Yeah, it's been an awesome morning, though, folks. Appreciate everybody for hanging out. Yeah, Miss Deanna, Tuesday, everybody keep your eyes on... Tuesday, everybody keep your eyes on socials, on Twitter and YouTube specifically. Actually, tomorrow I'll probably be announcing something, but I think Tuesday I'm going to do a Twisted Tuesday specifically on Kick and do a horror movie or something on there that night. I think that'd be dope. And again, Kick is going to be being used more and more in the future, so keep your eyes on that. It'll probably be, it'll definitely be a non-YouTube stream if I'm going to be playing an actual film. So we'll see what's up. But yeah, please keep your eyes on Kick for Tuesday. I'm glad you mentioned that, Deanna, actually.
Not proceed with Flowers. The SS case, that's the lad 13. By the way, after he was arrested, you heard Tempe and Schaefer. I've talked about citizens, lay witnesses testifying
beers in the chat.
That he seemed rational and so on. Officer Tempe testified he was involved.
I got a couple of new emojis in there real quick, too.
The incident at the
got a Jason that Mandy
arrest,
made.
The investigation of the SS case.
Got a lighter that Mandy made.
Later, when the defendant himself was struck over the head. That officer was involved.
More to come on that side, too. She sent me a bunch.
Lieutenant Schaefer testified about he was involved in the arrest. You think an arrest is if a person was on the edge, here's an arrest, a very dramatic experience. The defendant was arrested. Schaefer talked about it, talking with him, went out to the home, recovered the drugs, and the defendant, I asked about that. Both those officers, no delusions, no hallucinations, no incoherent, was able to relate one thought to another, no racing thoughts, was not in a stupor, seemed to be completely in touch with reality. Those are both those officers involved. The young lad himself, SS, described it. Nothing unusual about that behavior that he described SS, the defendant, other than...
We have a Dan sighting.
Of course, the boy didn't know that he was being drugged at the time. In terms of the LP case, again, in juvenile, he has not testified, but there has been substantial testimony about what Mr. Dahmer has said about that, and it will be on that testimony. Particularly, I'm referring now to the police reports that were read to you by Officer Murphy in the opening days. Dahmer said he had met this young man, 15, and spent the night with him the night before. And he let LP leave, and they agreed that they would meet at 12 the next day, and that Dahmer, would give him money for the previous night's activity. In other words, it didn't kill him the first night, didn't kill LP, because they agreed to meet at 12 the next day. Dahmer went on to say he took that to mean 12 noon, but went to look for LP, didn't find him. Came back to that same bar later that night thinking maybe it was midnight, and in fact does see LP there. Earlier in the day, because Dahmer said he was out of prescriptions, early in the morning he went to the Army-Navy surplus store on West Wisconsin Avenue where he bought a plastic hammer, Mr. Dahmer did. He stated that he bought this hammer and planned to use it to strike Mr. Panetta on the head, Mr. LP on the head in order to render him unconscious so that he could strangle him and make him one of his victims. This is Mr. Dahmer telling the police. Buys the hammer so he can render him unconscious so that he could strangle him and make him one of his victims. He's had one pleasant night with him, going to meet him again, and decides he's going to do him in. 15-year-old boy. Approximately 2:30 a.m., he again saw LP.
What's up? Thanks for coming in here.
At this time, LP agreed to accompany him back to his apartment, and they took a cab. He stated that once at the apartment, they again engaged in sex, which involved kissing, masturbation, and oral sex. He then wanted to take some pictures. Then he asked LP to lie on his face on his bed, and he could take some pictures from the back. At that time, Mr. Dahmer took out his plastic hammer and struck LP in the back of the neck in an attempt to render him unconscious. However, he was not rendered unconscious. A fight ensued to some extent. Mr. Dahmer, the only reason Dahmer tells him, it says LP got angry and got up, at which time a small argument ensued. Dahmer stated that he gave LP a reason, thought LP was going to take $200 from him. LP was angry, did not buy that explanation, and left stating that he was going to call the police. LP does this. Mr. Dahmer stated that LP, in fact, left the apartment in the apartment building. However, approximately 10 minutes later, he heard pounding on the outer apartment lobby door, and when he went to investigate, LP was standing there requesting to get back in and asking for money. Here's a 15-year-old boy. Imagine, not knowing, not appreciating the danger. And he had seen Dahmer. He had been attacked by Dahmer.
Can't get my hands right
Inspecting the
on
Dahmer's got this fulminating,
Come on back.
He goes back. He's a 15-year-old boy. Mr. Dahmer stated that at this time LP followed him back to his apartment. And once inside, Mr. Dahmer grabbed him by the neck and attempted to strangle him, and a fight ensued. This is the Mr. Dahmer that always tells you he drugs people. Not in this case. With LP, he attempts to strangle him. He had decided earlier that LP was going to be a victim, and a fight ensued. He related that they fought for a couple of minutes when Mr. Dahmer simply stopped fighting and decided to calm the situation by saying, "Let's talk." And they agreed. They talked for a while. They talked for several hours. Mr. Dahmer, the young lad, let Dahmer bind his hands behind his back. However, not very tight, and they continued to talk.
Oh, for so long.
Dahmer indicated that during the next half hour,
We're getting there.
He wriggled free from the extension.
It's been
cord.
emotional,
He
to
had
say the
tied up his
least.
hands and attempted to leave the apartment when Mr. Dahmer, in fact, grabbed his 6-inch bladed black plastic handled knife. This is Dahmer grabbing a knife. LP's going to leave again. He stated that he believes that LP thought that this was a gun and decided to sit down again. He related that they began to talk and talked approximately until 7 a.m. Here's the point. Mr. Dahmer stated that during the talk, he was trying to convince LP not to tell the police about the night's activities, and he continued to apologize for striking him with the hammer. Mr. Dahmer stated that though he did intend to kill LP and make him one of his victims, that because of the previous night's sexual activities and that fact that they had spent hours talking, he began to sober up and know Mr. Panay, strike that, know Mr. LP on a more personal level, and had decided that he would not kill him. Decision not to kill him. Talk about walking into the jaws of death. The youngster going back after he'd been struck by a hammer. But the defendant, not capable when he's personalized. I think it was Fosdell that testified how the defendant would make objects of people, didn't want to get to know them. You heard the initial police testimony, he didn't know their names even. This body, this person, that person, most of their names he didn't know. A few IDs had been recovered, but most of the persons he did not know. LP gets them, he deliberately objected.
Putting in notes now, Kalen.
They were going to be fathers.
If I don't, I will forget. I'm the worst. Let's see.
In terms of the Connor Act case, strike that in. Yes, Connor Act synthesis phone. That incident, because I think that again shows control, substantial control. He takes in Connor Act, meets him, I think he said at the mall, pays him, promises him $50. He's a 14-year-old boy. 14-year-old boy. Takes him to the apartment, gets him in there, has him pose. You know he posed because the police saw the pictures. And he was
I'm actually going to try to do that. See if I can do
conscious while
that.
he posed. He says then he drugged the boy, and drilled a hole in his head. And then went out himself. Dahmer slept for a while, as I recall. He said then he went out for some drinks, leaving Connor Act synthesis phone there in the apartment. He's at the tavern a while. He's coming back and sees Connor Act synthesis phone sitting on the corner naked. The young man has gotten out of the house despite the drilling. Apparently a small bit, but there he is. He's obviously he's been drugged, and he's had an involvement. You may recall Weinberger also lived a day and a half. I think he indicated that Weinberger made it beyond. Several of them apparently survived the drilling for a period of time. The longest, of course, was Weinberger, who made it a day and a half, as I recall. There he sees him. He goes up to him. There's some people there already. He talks about going up to them, and it's after he's with them that the police arrive. They find him in the alley
Work to
there.
do
The squad
today,
car
too.
pulls in. Gabrish and Balcerzak testified. There he is. The defense is painting him as a wild man out of control at this time. That's not the description of the police. Not a wild man out of control. It's calm. That's a tough. He's ridden this out before. This is not his first time. After Flowers, you may recall, after the Flowers incident, first of all, let's go back even to Hicks, when the police stopped him with Hicks' body chopped up in bags in the back of the car. The defendant gutted his way through that, persuaded the police, and they let him go. In the Flowers case, Officer Yaki testified that Flowers, after he recovered in the hospital, filed a complaint, and Yaki went out and talked to the defendant. No, he didn't do that. The defendant later admitted he had stolen $80, as well as drugging Flowers. But he persuaded Yaki, no, that's not so. And here he is again, calmly with the police. No, this man is a friend of mine. We're friends. His name is John Hamung, and he's calm, he's orderly. He's been drinking, not drunk, does not appear to be drunk, but apparently, by his own testimony, he was drinking. And the officers talk with him, and they are persuaded by him. These are veteran officers. I asked them how many years you've been on the force. These aren't kids that started last week. Balcerzak particularly, who talked with him, who initially talked with him there in the alley. And then Balcerzak turns to the group. Is there anyone here that knows this man? And certainly Dahmer heard that no one responded. And he would know now that no one knew who he was with. And back they go. The officers, Gaber testified, they walk back up the alley into the apartment, into the living room. He also describes it, as did Mr. Sopa, Principal Sopa. Neat apartment. Well, they walk in, the officers walk in. It's orderly. The clothing laid on the couch. And here, the one officer, Perupkin, finds the pictures. And you saw them marked. They've been put into evidence. There's the young man posing. They said he's awake, standing. This is not the posing of a man unconscious. And the defendant is cool and collected and handles the police as he's done it before. Does this sound like a man out of control? Does this sound like a man out of control with a neat apartment, persuading veteran police officers? Calm, collected, persuasive. That sound to you like a man out of control? Doesn't sound like a man out of control to me. Persuades those officers and they leave. And then he proceeds later. Did he kill Konarak? What did he do? Drill him again? Put acid in? Or strangle him? He knew the police would not know. They had thought him, had it down as John Hamung, had not seen identification. And he defleshes Konarak, saves the skull. Is there some risk in that? Yeah, there's some risk. That's a memento. That's a memento for him. There is some risk. But here's a guy that's running risks. And he talks on, and it was read to you.
Just watched a crazy road rage incident happen. Not really violent, but just like this dude being a dick, but the justice happened at the end perfectly after he's been a dick and actually slammed on his brakes and caused the person behind him to freak out. Cop came right in behind him, right in there to get him and pull him over. Son of a bitch, he was acting crazier than hell.
At the point.
Sorry.
He was at this point. Talks how he said it was a friend of his to the ladies that were there, and proceeds to testify. He stated that the victim told the police that the victim was in fact a close friend of his and gave a fake name. He fooled the officers, as he had fooled the officers before. As he had fooled Yaki, as he had fooled the police and of course the young man.
I'm writing this down as a shirt idea. Murder church before adulting.
And he persuades the police that fools the police, I think is the honest way to say it. Listen to this, what he has to say. This is a man that the defense is arguing is out of control. What does he think to himself? Regarding the incident with the police, this is from the confession, regarding the incident with the police and the Asian boy, Konarak, sent us a phone. He related that although he was extremely nervous during the time of the questioning by police, he put on a very calm attitude and felt he was able to convince the police that it was a lover's problem between two homosexuals. He stated that due to the fact that he was able to convince all these people in positions of authority, his parents and neighbors who questioned him regarding his activities, it gave him a feeling that he could get away with his crimes. He felt that he had the ability to make people see a phase of him that only he wished them to see, and that this encouraged him to continue on with his crimes, feeling that he would not be caught. That's the man that they're claiming was out of control at that time. I must move very expeditiously, as I do not have much time. Please, Mr. Boyle will speak again. Remember, the time is short, but I want you to know so much more. In terms of certain issues, what about cutting up the bodies? That sounds strange. That's how he was getting rid of the evidence. He said he didn't like it, said it was tough work. The only person that suggested otherwise was Dr. Berlin. Said a ritual. I said, did he ask him that? He said, no, he just decided, Berlin decided on his own without asking the defendant. The defendant to everybody else said, no, chopping it up was dirty work. He didn't like it, but he had a real plan to get rid of the evidence, and boy, he did. What about the temple? Let's talk about the temple for a minute. All the doctors, at least as I recall, most of the doctors spent time considering that. All of them want to know, was this a delusion? And all of them except Wallstrom, all of them said no. He is not, may have a strange idea here, but not delusional, not psychotic, not hallucinating, except for Wallstrom. But each of the doctors considered that. Maintaining the temple is not the charge that's here, the charge is murder. In terms of body parts, Dr. Tietz testified there was some backup, some skeleton he wanted to keep. and there was some backup from the activity that he was doing. Again, the doctors looked at it, with the exception of Wallstrom. All of them said he was not psychotic. And with eating, the same thing with eating. Yeah, that sounds strange. He's not on trial here for eating. Let's remember that. Oh, eating. It's the issue of the slayings that brings us here. Not the issue of eating, not the issue of having sex with a corpse. It's the issue of the killings that he didn't, that wasn't part of his sex pleasure, that he did. A dirty step, I think, or a bridge, as Fosdale referred to it, to accomplish what he wanted, to have sex, to continue the sex with these. The alcohol, I don't think we need to go over it, but briefly, when he went to the police and the confession, he stated that when he killed these individuals, he was always drunk. And the drinking helped him get into the frame of mind that made it easier for Tim. He related that he even drank when he was cutting up the bodies. And he again stated that it helped to make it easier when he was doing this. In terms of the last three men, what he did with the last three men, Jeremiah Weinberg, he picked up in Chicago, at the Carol's Bar in Chicago, persuaded him to come back to Milwaukee.
Get a Kalen emoji. I see ya. I see ya.
Jeremiah Weinberger to come from Chicago, a wild-eyed
Get a good picture,
madman,
Kalen.
out of control. He persuaded another adult.
It's the highest quality
to come back
picture
to
you got,
Milwaukee with him.
Kalen.
Spent a couple of days with him before he killed him, 2 nights. And the defendant continued. With respect to Oliver Lacey, meets him on the street, 27th Street, about 3 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. Brings him back. Is that town? Here's the Oliver Lacey on the street. Do you think Oliver Lacey went along with a madman, a wild man out of control? Doesn't do anything. Gets him back like Weinberger, back to the apartment, same plan, gets him drugged, does nothing on the street, uses the drug, gets him under, strangles him. Whether he was still using the strap that he brought specifically to strangle people, you may recall he brought his strap specifically to strangle. Whether he used that on Lacey or not, I don't recall. Joseph Bradehoft again, saw him down on the near west side waiting for a bus, induces him to come from the near west side to his apartment. Drugs him, same pattern, waits till he gets him in the house. Does that sound like a man out of control? Bradehoft and Lacey and Weinberger persuaded by a man out of control? Come on, get serious. What about the Tracy Edwards incident? Well, I had no quarrel with Tracy Edwards' direct testimony except for one thing, when he said rocking and chanting. And that wasn't in the police report, and we know it wasn't. And then he'd been on the Donahue show, and then what he said on the Donahue show, wild exaggeration. 8 locks, we impeached him directly on that. There weren't 8 locks. That was a 4 times exaggeration. Take the reality, exaggerated 4 times. Tracy Edwards said he had gone out to the apartment for $100. He was weighing whether he would pose for $100. Now, he's going to do that for $100. I asked him, what'd you get paid to be on the Donahue show? He said, my lawyer handled that. Did you ask him? No, I never asked him. Come on, Mr. Tracy Edwards. You pay $100, you need that money to come out here to pose. He said he didn't think it was going to be a homosexual. Doesn't know what he got for being on the Donahue show or the Geraldo show? Really, I think that's, has sued the city for $1 million over this incident, Mr. Tracy Edwards has, as he indicated to you. And I submit to you, I'll take what he said on direct examination. He didn't say anything about Rocky. He had a knife? Yes, we know a knife because he used a knife on LP, and I'll buy what Tracy Edwards said about the knife. He used a knife on Ernest Miller to kill him, and I'll buy what LP said on that. Did he watch the Exorcist film? Yes, I'll buy what LP said. Did he threaten? Strike that. I'll buy what Edwards said. Did he threaten Edwards? I'll buy what Edwards said. But not the other stuff, not the rocking and the chanting. I submit to you, Tracy Edwards stands impeached by a number of grounds. In speaking on the stop trying, I said to Dr. Berlin, I asked him from Johns Hopkins materials. I said, I asked him, is this in the materials for the Johns Hopkins Hospital? I quoted the following. Admittedly, sometimes it is difficult to determine whether a person is trying their best and failing or just not trying. I said, doctor, isn't that in the Johns Hopkins material for your clinic? He said, yes, I wrote it. Here's a guy that said he quit trying. He quit trying, and he wants you to say, no responsibility, sir. Just quit trying, because you've got this thought, this paraphilic thought, so you can quit trying. That's okay. That's what you're being asked to buy. There's much more I'd like to cover, and I can't. There are 2 things. I have 3 minutes. I'm going to speak to 2 things. Burden of proof. I remind you, I won't drive a nail in your ear. I remind you the burden of proof is not mine. I opened these remarks with that, and I one more thing, and I'll close them with this. And that is, I don't have to prove he's sane. The defendant has to prove that he is, by reasonable certainty, by the greater weight of the credible evidence, that he is insane. I don't have to prove he's sane. If they fail to prove that to you, if you say, I don't know what he, and look at these doctors. I don't know. Or you might, if you say he's sane, it's easier. But if you don't know, then they haven't met their burden of proof. You don't vote to say is he sane or not. You vote to say, has he proven to a reasonable certainty? If he hasn't proven it to a reasonable certainty, then you say no, and the lawsuit is resolved that way. In terms, finally, I've captioned this, don't be fooled. My don't be fooled file. He fooled Dr. Olson, and he fooled others to get drugs to use to drug these people. He fooled the police in Bath, Ohio. He fooled the police when he had Hicks' body in his car. He fooled the West Dallas police on the Flowers complaint. He fooled the Milwaukee police on the counteract Simpson Doan case. In terms of the time the police came in looking for a dead body, you may remember, in the apartment building, broke into, as Deese said, 2 doors down, broke in because Mr. Sopa thought there was a dead body, someone had died. They hit the wrong apartment. That was a mistake as well. I want to read from a transcript of May 23rd, 1989, when the defendant was being sentenced on his sexual assault of SS, the sexual assault of SS. And that's been quoted, and I'm going to read it to you again. This is the defendant now at his sentencing on the SS incident. The prosecution has raised very serious charges against me, and I can understand why. What I've done is very serious. I never meant to give anyone the impression that I thought otherwise. I've never been in this position before. Nothing this awful. This is a nightmare come true for me. If anything would shock me out of my past behavior patterns, it's this. He's meanwhile killed Doc Stater, Mr. Guerrero, and Mr. Sears, and he's now talking before the court. This is a nightmare come true for me. If anything would shock me out of my past behavior patterns, it's this. The one thing I have in my mind that is stable and that gives me some source of pride is my job. I've come very close to losing it because of my actions, which I take full responsibility for. I'm the one to blame for all of this. What I've done is cut both ways. It's hurt the victim and it's hurt me. It's a no-win situation. All I can do is beg you, please, spare my job. Please give me a chance to show that I can tread the straight and narrow and not get involved in any situation like this ever again. I would only ask, I beg you, please, don't destroy my life. I know I deserve a great deal of punishment. I'm not trying to elicit your sympathy, but I would ask you, please don't wipe me out completely. And please listen to this. The court, do you have relationships with adult males? Defendant, Mr. Dahmer, I have had in the past, not recently. This enticing a child was the climax of my idiocy. It's going to destroy me. I'm afraid this one incident. I don't know what in the world I was thinking when I did it. I know I was under the influence. Catch this line. As far as purposely drugging him, that was never my intention. I've been taking sleeping pills because I work third shift for several years now. I take quite a few of them because I built up a tolerance to them, and it was never my intention to purposely drug him. I wouldn't have offered him money if I had planned on drugging him, but nevertheless, I'm not trying to excuse that. Ladies and gentlemen, he's fooled a lot of people, including the court that gave him 5 years probation, 1 year at the House of Correction. Please, don't let this murderous killer fool you with this defense that Dr. Berlin, the special defense of Dr. Berlin. Decent man, but off the beaten path in terms of forensic psychiatry. I close with this quote from the confession. Officers asking, Bath police officers are there. This officer asked what the reason for the murders was, and Jeffrey L. Dahmer replied, my own warped, selfish desire for self-gratification. This officer asked a second time about the reason for the murders, and he again replied, my own warped, selfish desire for self-gratification. I must rest now. Mr. Boyle, as is proper because he carries the burden of proof, will make his final argument to you. He is an honorable man. He is very persuasive. He is effective, and he is competent, as he argued earlier. Do not confuse him with the defendant. The defendant is on trial, not Mr. Boyle. Keep that in mind. I won't have a chance to answer again. Please keep in mind all the evidence and weigh it carefully when you make this decision. Thank you very, very much.
You would like a break, Mr. Boyle? It'll be a short one then. Court recess.
Lord. It's 11:44. Okay, yeah, we got an hour and 9 left on a rebuttal from Boyle. And, yeah, let's go into it. Let's keep rolling here. I'm going to do a quick little stinger here on Murder Church. Again, thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, we'll. This is an hour 9 left for the rebuttal. We are getting down to the nitty gritty on this, though. Let me see. How much do we have left after this rebuttal? We have the verdict, impact statements, and sentencing. Let's just see how long those are, just to get an idea of where we're at. 22 minutes, not very long. 31 minutes. Wow. Next week, 24 minutes. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the end of the Jeffrey Dahmer trial here on Murder Church. So we are going to, this week what I'm going to do is I will start digging in. I'll look at the Kevorkian trials, looking at the suitcase murder trials, looking at, that's not Sarah Boone. Every time I say that, I have to feel like I have to clarify because that one's so popular. And maybe some others. I'll pop some others in there for everyone to take a look at, and we can do some voting, we can do some discussing, some talking, especially true blue Murder Church peoples, because I know some people are specific to Murder Church here at Publicly Buzz. So here we go, rebuttal from Boyle. Actually, hold on, let me hit a stinger. Let me hit you with a Murder Church stinger just real quick. Let's rock.
Mr. Boyle, rebuttal argument.
Mr. McCann and I have agreed that I am allowed to make the following statement with his approval in order to correct perhaps a misstatement. That after the SS incident, Mr. Dahmer was sentenced to 8 years in prison. It was stayed. He was placed on probation for a period of 5 years, the first year of which was to be served in the House of Correction under the Huber Law, and he did the period of time that has been agreed upon, and I think it's necessary for me to correct that in case there's a misperception as to the type of sentence that the judge imposed.
Mr. Boyle, whenever I use Huber law in relation to a disposition like that, I am always corrected. It is work release.
Work release. Thanks, Judge. Well, it's been many years since I have had the last word in a jury trial. Years ago, when I was in the DA's office and served with our very fine district attorney, the district attorney always had the last word, and it was a great advantage. It is not a great advantage in this case because of the gravity of the situation. You know, Mr. McCann complimented me, and I am confident there is nothing that I can say that is in any way going to alter what you people feel the evidence is.
Absolutely,
My
Carl.
job is
Love
to
you for
assist
being here.
you.
Thank you. Love all you guys.
Believe it
Building
or
it,
not,
baby.
I don't want you to forget these young men that died. The opposite's true. I stand here representing a man who's admitted to those killings and pled guilty to them. This is not a murder case. This is whether or not, at the time of the commission of the offenses, not if he was out of control, but whether or not, because of his mental illness, he was able to conform his conduct to requirements of law. The world, the state, the nation is watching this courtroom because of the interest of this case. I think it remarkable that we live in a country where we can be here talking about these things. There are a few times in my life when I take great pride in things that I do, but this is one of them because it separates us, as I said in my opening part, from any other country in the world. I remember during the Gulf War how proud I was to be an American when everybody's so fearful of what was going to happen there, and the Republican Guard and the vaunted Republican Guard, and we heard all that propaganda. And that ended like that. And I can remember that American soldier welcoming the Republican Guard fellows out of their foxhole and saying, "Come on, fella, it's going to be okay, nobody's going to hurt you." I had more pride in watching that because that's what it is to be an American. And what it is to be American in this case is the fact that I can stand before you, not trying to get somebody off of anything, but I can stand before you to find out whether or not these men died
Hell yeah.
because of a maniac killer, or whether they died because the guy was sick. And that's what justice is. Not trying to fool you. I couldn't fool you if I talked for 1,000 days. But rebuttal, really, the fairness of rebuttal is to get up and say, here's what you said, Mr. McCann, and here's where I got to disagree with you. And it's not like the opening part of the statement where I don't need the notes. I have to look at things, and I don't like doing that. All I've been hearing about is how his guys are tougher than my guys. The guys on his block can beat up the guys on my block. That's not true. It's just not true. That's not the way we play the game. Is there something about these forensic psychiatrists that makes them so wonderful that they know everything?
Well, the man of Mind of Monsters, welcome in. Thank you for being here.
Here's a forensic psychiatrist who
welcome.
spends lots of time with Jeffrey Dahmer. Here's what he said. He said, I think the guy was mentally diseased because I think he was suffering from a paraphilia, not otherwise specified, which I call necrophilia. I believe he had alcohol dependence and was mild. And on axis 2, I think he had a schizotypical personality disorder and a borderline personality disorder. And then I have another doctor, a forensic psychiatrist, great doctor, and he says, this fella was suffering from a paraphilia, not otherwise specified. Frauderism, that is brushing against people without their consent. Partialism, because with the dead bodies he did something with parts of the bodies. And necrophilia. And his alcohol was mild to moderate. He had an alcohol dependence, mild to moderate. And he also says, and another thing he had on the axis 2 was he had schizotypical traits. That's really different, isn't it? The one doctor, the first one, said, and I also think he had a psychotic disorder, not otherwise specified, because I think his doing the business with the eating and the temple and all of that, I think put him in that category also. And you know who they were? They were the rookie and the Hall of Famer. They were Wallstrom and Dietz. You know how much and how far they're separated from each other? A hair. A hair. Let me tell you something else. This Dr. Wallstrom, you know, I don't think in a court of law what we do is we bring in professional actors. Nobody's done that in this case. In the court of law, we bring in somebody to educate a jury. Dr. Wallstrom has his personality. Dr. Dietz has his personality. When I talked to Dr. Wallstrom, he looked at me. When Mr. McCann talked to Dr. Dietz, he looked at you. Nothing wrong with that. That's the way he does it. He's a forensic psychiatrist. His living is made by coming in and testifying, or part of it. That's inherent in what he does. Wallstrom's new at it. He's just starting into that. But you know what's really interesting? Wallstrom's been out of school a year. One of the biggest events in the 20th century was the attempted assassination of the President of the United States of America. Dr. Dietz testified in that case. He led the team. He was the main man. He was 3 years out of his residency training. 81, he was hired. He had graduated out of his residency training. 78, that's 3 years. How dare he do that? Fact of the matter is, you know what his opinion was in that case, and you know whether it was accepted or rejected. But so what? I wouldn't have criticized Dr. Dietz because he was only 3 years any more than I'd criticize Dr. Wall.
Hey, thank you for being here, Megsy. You're amazing. And I know we're going to be probably wrapping this up next week. I want to thank you personally because you've been awesome with the knowledge you've been dropping, stuff you've done in Discord, and just always being in here for Murder Church. Thank you, Megsy, and have a great Sunday and have a great week. Thank you so much. I will see you soon, I'm sure. I did want to shout out one thing, everybody, and I announced this on Thursday or Friday, but PubliclyBuzzed is going to be starting a little bit earlier. The only thing that's staying the same is Murder Church, 9 a.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. But Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday shows are moving back 1 hour. Tuesday and Thursday are going to be 9 p.m. Eastern now. And Friday, Frill Fridays is going to be 9:30 p.m. Eastern time now. My biggest complaint is from people is that we go too late or we start too late, and I totally understand that, especially when people are watching streams all day long and you're just immersed in this, especially with a lot of the folks that we're working with, whether it's Jay or it's Joe or it's Bob. I get it. So yeah, we're going to try to go a little bit earlier and to hopefully accommodate some folks and help some folks out. And I think it might even help us out as well too, because we do go a little bit late.
Because he was a year, and when you look at what both of them said in this case, they're a hair apart. It's that one said, I think all this temple business and this eating business and all this other business kind of puts this guy into a schizo deal. I've got to say that to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My other two doctors said, I considered those things, but I didn't go to the step of saying that I could show it to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty. And I am offended, literally offended, that only Dr. Dietz did the complete job. Where has it been stated in this record that my doctors did not look at Exorcist 3 and Return of the Jedi? I never asked the question because I didn't think it was all that big a deal, and it wasn't asked in cross-examination. But don't be fooled that they didn't, because the question wasn't asked and answered. And because it was asked and answered with Dr. Dietz, who was sitting there with Mr. Dahmer and decide that's one of the things he wants to do, doesn't mean my doctors didn't do their job. And this business about, I asked him about his alcohol. I asked him about his alcohol because I couldn't understand how a doctor with all of the things that he has in his bag could write down that it was mild to moderate. God, I would have thought he would have put down a raving alcoholic with all this drinking. And I wanted you to hear about his drinking history. But it isn't like, well, he's the only one who had it, because I'm going to tell you something. Dr. Becker read her entire report in here, and I tell you something. She's got his drinking from the time he had his first drink when he was in high school, through the Army, thereafter, how many jobs he lost because of drinking, how much he drank, why he had to leave Bath, Ohio when he came back because he was drinking too much. Dr. Dietz isn't the only one that uncovered that. The only reason we went into that alcohol thing at all was I wanted to find out how much alcohol was responsible, and they all said that if he didn't drink, we still would be standing here today. Alcohol was not the primary movement. It was something that he had, but they all say he was a necrophiliac or a paraphiliac. That's simple. So I have to say to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the following. When I asked Dr. Dietz, do you agree with Dr. Resnick, who is a national authority on necrophilia, that it is a very rarely and poorly understood phenomenon? He said yes. When I asked him if he agrees with the doctor, when it's quoted in that same article, that alcohol plays a part in these necrophiliac acts because a person with necrophilia finds that it lowers his inhibitions, he said, yes, I agree with that. And when I asked although the most common motive for necrophilia was the possession of an unresisting, unrejected partner, the necrophiles frequently express more than one motive for their acts. Our data confirms Smith and Brown's observation that, quote, necrophilia may appear as a culmination of a pattern of multiple and increasing perverse practices rather than an isolated, abrupt deviation. And he said, yeah, I agree with that. And when I asked him if he agrees that the use of alcohol or drugs may be an important factor in helping some of the perpetrators overcome their inhibitions and actually perform their necrophilia acts, he says, yeah, I agree with that. And when I asked him that alcohol may be used in some cases to overcome inhibitions about killing rather than about the necrophilia acts, he says, yeah, I agree with that. That's what alcohol is in this case. We'd still be here if he'd never had a drink in his life. Dr. Dietz said, alcohol dependence, mild or moderate. I was looking for that before.
Uh-oh. Ashley coming back into the family, and into the membership family, rather. Always a part of the family, but boom, buzzed and confused level, baby. Let's go.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Welcome to the party, and we'll crack a few satisfying pours open. Let's get them beers out in the chat as well. Ashley, welcome back in, baby. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
Oh. I'm a bad, bad man. Love it. Thank you so much, Ashley. It's awesome.
Necrophilia, frauderism, partialism.
Oh.
Then he had that spankophilia long word. And his axis 2 was antisocial schizoid or schizotypical personality traits.
Now, how can someone claim that Dr. Wallstrom is that far different than Dr. Dietz? They can't.
Love it.
They can't. I would like to continue on and tell you about this statement.
Back on the Twisted Tuesday train.
Certain mental disorders such as mental retardation, schizophrenia, or dementia can have severe effects on functioning. All agree with that. There isn't going to be a psychiatrist in the world that doesn't agree with that. While others, such as sexual deviation, anxiety disorders, and most personality disorders cannot. Footnote.
Go into the...
It is possible to concoct improbable factual situations in which these latter disorders, meaning sexual disorders, would form the basis of a legitimate sanity defense. I have never seen such a case and am unconvinced by the cases my psychiatric colleagues offer as examples. You had a man with a mindset, and he had that mindset since January of 1985. That's the fact of the matter.
Got to get one rolling here.
I got to say, and I think that the mystery was cleared up. He was always asked this question: did you make an opinion as to whether or not he could appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct? Did you make an appreciation whether or not he could conform his conduct to requirements of law? Yes, I did. Was it? He could. And I couldn't understand. I'm not hearing this question. What about his mental disease? Now, as you sit there and as I stand here, I don't know what his answer is, except when I pressed him, he said, "That's
damn right, Deanna."
Well, I got to tell you, my people didn't have any problems telling you what their opinion was. And I don't know why I got that answer. You're going to have to make that judgment. It is your decision. So then I pressed him further, and I said, was there such a mental impairment of the mind, whether transitory or enduring, that it affect the mental or emotional processes of Mr. Dahmer? And he says, well, you know, you got to look at the jury instruction. That's up to the jury to decide. And you know why? Because he couldn't say paraphilia was a mental disease. This man had a mindset. It isn't. And he doesn't see anything else. So how could he say it was a mental disease? He couldn't. But his colleague, Dr. Fosdale, said it was. And yet, the guys on his block can beat up the guys on my block. No, they can't. No, they cannot. Because they're split, and mine weren't. And he hired his, and I hired mine. And it sounds to me like what Mr. McCann was saying to you is, at the very least, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, don't find that he couldn't conform. Well, I don't care about the first part, but if you don't come up with the first part, you couldn't ask the second part. But remember this, no matter what, he was out of control. So he was able to conform. This is the man who was out of control because he didn't have a car.
Maybe choke Charlotte.
I mean, that's just not fair. Because I can tell you that I could have been in any one of those gay bars with or without a car, and I wouldn't have gotten asked. Because the first thing he wanted was his fantasy. And he wanted to keep his fantasy. So to get his fantasy, certain things had to be in place.
You're on the East Coast.
Male. It had to be around the right age, 15 to 25. That male had to have a certain physical structure. There could be no telltale signs that he took the mail back. And because the guy didn't have a car, now he's not a fellow out of control. All of a sudden he doesn't have a mental disease because he's making choices. Well, that's just not the way it works. His choice was clear. He wanted somebody he could keep, kill, and get away with killing so he could retain their body parts and do all his crazy sexual stuff. So because he didn't ever alter from that, the doctors say, aha, this is a man totally in control. That doesn't make any sense. That isn't dispositive of the question. The question is, when he was doing what he's doing, was he sick? And if he was sick, was he still able to say, enough,
stop, it's done with? That's the question. And as I say, credible as I can, I don't know if I proved it ever won, but when he got that steamroller going, he was out of control as he was going along with his thought processes when he's letting everybody in the world know that he's bringing this boy back to his apartment, including policemen, and he keeps the parts afterwards and does 3 or 4 more killings. We all are governed by rules of law, and there's things that we're prohibited from saying. The judge told you at the beginning of this case what your function was going to be. You have to make a decision on 15 counts. 15 counts. Whether or not, at the time of the taking of the life of each one of these young men, he was suffering from a mental disease, as he will define it to you as you are entitled to find. If you say no, it's all over. Job done, we all go home, you go home, and you accept your decision. If you say yes to all 15, you will then have to say, even though it's written in appreciate or conform, we're only talking about conformity, was he able to conform his conduct to the requirements of law? If your answer is he was insane but able to conform, it's all over.
J Money, hey, thanks for coming in here, man. You'll have a great rest of the weekend. Thanks for Publicly Buzzed for another episode. See you on the flip side, man. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate you when you come in here, brother. Have a good week. And then while we're paused up here, say no to globalism. $4.99, passing the plate and the bowl. Let's go, baby, huh? Love it, love it. And she gets one too,
gun country. This is gun country.
That's right. You damn Skippy. And we need to find Dan. Dan's a fantastic man.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Whoa, calm down, Samuel. Shit.
Man, I shot Marvin in the face.
Why the fuck did you do that?
Thanks everyone for hanging out. Appreciate it. Yeah, awesome morning per usual. Murder Church next week, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be ending the Jeffrey Dahmer insanity trial. Can you believe that? Week 23. 23 weeks with only one missed week because of the all-night movie marathon. So technically 24 with one miss, but 23 weeks of episodes on this thing. Insane. Absolutely insane. I can't believe it. And all the people that come through every episode. Whoa! Holy shit!
Son of a bitch!
You guys are insane.
It is, baby.
Oh, Ashley's still going to come through with the $9.99 thank you sticker. Thank you, Ashley. What the hell? You're amazing. That's insane. I'm going to give you a little bit of the T-Pain love. Huh? Yeah. Let's get a party in here on Sunday morning. Let's do it. Yeah, say no to globalism. I'm a productive stoner. Yeah. I don't buy into the bullshit. Basically, if you're going to be a lazy piece of shit, you're going to be a lazy piece of shit. Either way it fucking goes. And we may make that, it may add on to it, but if you're a productive person that has drive, you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. Love it, guys. Love it. Patricia Burns, thank you. I'll also say that too. I think, she was talking about what I was mentioning there in chat. And to the motherfucking moon, Keystone. Anybody that's not following Keystone on Twitter, make sure you're doing so as well. The fucking man. Best memes out there in the game. And keeping these guys safe, man. Out here flying, doing work. Love it, guys. Love it. Thank y'all so much. Chat's bumping right now. Let's fucking go, guys. Let's go. Yeah. And if you are just randomly passing through and you're lurking, welcome to Murder Church and welcome to Publicly Buzzed Live. Tuesday, anybody that didn't hear it, we're going to be doing a movie on Kick, a horror movie specifically on Kick because it's going to be a copyrighted film. So make sure you're hanging out and keeping your eye on Twitter, on the socials. Actually, modding my room today. Hold on. Let me get my link here. Make sure you're, following on Twitter, first of all, because that's where most of the information is going to be coming through, especially anything like that. But make sure you're following on Kick as well, folks, because on the old Kick, we're going to be doing some cool different things, and I think you guys are going to enjoy it. And again, a movie Tuesday night on Halloween, specifically on Halloween. Twisted Tuesday is going to be special. A lot of special stuff. And as you guys can probably tell, I fucking love October and I love Halloween. And every year on Publicly Buzzed is going to be, as long as Publicly Buzzed is rocking and rolling, we're going to be doing some cool fucking stuff around that holiday, which we got Thanksgiving coming up. We got Christmas coming up. It's just getting rolling, baby. And it's awesome. Love it, guys. Thank y'all so much. Yeah. Cruising. Love it. Thank y'all so much. It's been a long ass time. It's been so long. I'm just looking through the chat here, enjoying seeing everybody chatting it up and showing love right now, guys. This is fucking dope. It's cool as hell. Look at this right here. Yeah, Ashley coming back. Baby, Bobby coming back. Bobby, take care of your freaking ribs. That sounds horrible also. Man, yeah. Catching up here. Almost. Making you something for your DMs, Steve. Keep an eye on them. Okay. Looking Kaylin. See right here. Different personality type, right? Weed makes me lazier than I already am. Yeah, it goes with the personality. You can't just flat out bury everybody, though. Yep, Mind of Monsters needs to learn how to use Kick. Yeah, I can help you out with that. It's not hard. And anybody that's not on Kick, it is just like an app. You can download in the App Store just like YouTube. You make an account, get on Kick, and you can jump around rooms. There's a lot of gaming stuff going on there. A lot of people just chatting, but Jay's on there. Jay's on there chilling on a regular basis. So, oh shit, Amber knows what's up. Oh god, Kaylin out here wanting the leprechaun voice. I don't know if I've got a leprechaun voice in me, but Feral Friday, go and check out Feral Friday or any of Phil's videos, man, that he was putting on Twitter. He cut out me talking like the leprechaun. It's getting wild. Yeah, and a lot of community posts. I actually double up on community posts. I bet people hate that. Members are like, man, I get these twice. I post for the regular people and I post for every member as well. I try to keep people well informed and I plug the fuck out of stuff. And I think it helps. I really do. Because, I mean, you never know. There's so much shit going on the internet. There's no way everybody can at all times be seeing all this stuff. So you got to keep it at least moving and fresh. There's so much competition out here. Tuesday, Kick. 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We're watching a movie. Me and you. So be there. Don't let me be alone on this. But the last movie party there was fucking dope. We had like 40 or 50 people in there hanging all night long. It was awesome. It was hilarious. It was sweet. Let's keep rolling, baby. We still got about 50 minutes left.
The judge will sentence him as provided by law. We will have failed. If you say, I think he was insane as to some and could conform as to some, but he was insane as to some and he could not conform as to some because of this mental disease, then the judge's instructions will tell you what will happen to him because he is found insane. And as to those counts that you have found him not insane to,
you guys are the best,
or insane of,
absolutely,
he will be taken care of as provided by law. He stands convicted of 15 counts of first-degree murder. The rules do not allow me to say more, but your common sense can be utilized in trying to figure out what the total effect of what you do will be. Now, Dr. Frederick Berlin does not need me to stand up here and defend him. When I ask questions of experts, I let them answer. Just me. That's just the way I do it. Because I figure if they start playing games with me, I won't beat them. And if they're being straightforward, I ain't going to beat them. But if I'm doing my job, if I ask them the questions, then I feel you're entitled to know the answers. And if they're going to start playing a little fast shuffle with me, I think I'm skilled enough to cross-examine them to bring them out that they're trying to sell you a package. That's my method. Some people say it's not a good method. I don't care whether it's good or bad. I've been doing it a lot of years, and that's just me. I can't do much about that. But when Dr. Berlin was on the witness stand, the constraints put on him by the questionnaire was answer the question. Answer the question. Now, I brought Dr. Berlin to you as a renowned expert in paraphilia. Renowned. At no time did Dr. Berlin say all necrophiliacs are mentally ill. Not one time did he say that. Not one time did he say all paraphilias are mentally ill. The opposite, he said. But he said this paraphilia was mentally ill. This paraphilia could not conform his conduct to the requirements of law. That's what he said to you. He said nothing more than that. So anyone who tries to paint him as this big liberal psychiatrist who stands alone on some mountain screaming out that all of these people are okay is not telling the facts, because that's not what he said. And his vitae supports that. If you look at this man who has written 16 articles or appeared 16 times on paraphilia, not only on the invited participant on a White House conference, an invited participant to the United States Senate,
what's happening in here? Hold on.
Participant for the governor of Maryland, an invited participant for the Maryland State Parole Board, an invited speaker for the Connecticut State Department of Corrections. This isn't some wild-eyed liberal psychiatrist who's trying to excuse conduct. The opposite's true. This is a man who wants to help sick people.
Morning, Ember. What's up?
Off to him.
Or afternoon, where I'm at.
Dr.
Damn.
Becker, having never
Today was
testified
awesome.
before, do you realize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that
They're
there is
awesome,
no
honestly.
doctor
I don't
who's
know if I
ever
have any bad
testified
shows anymore.
on a necrophilic
Good as fuck. It's because of you
serial
guys.
killer
I'm not patting myself on the back there. It's because of you
who
guys.
has killed 15
No, people were
men
just talking to the ether here.
and done what Jeffrey Dahmer has done.
Watching it alone,
No
right?
one
This has been awesome.
Has ever
Watching with
done
you
that.
folks. Learning shit.
And I don't care that forensic psychiatrists can come in and tell you what their opinion is. That doesn't impress me. What impresses me is what their experience is. And all of these people were experienced, and 5 of them, 5 out of 7 said mental disease. 5.
Thanks, AZ.
Now, is there anyone among us that says he doesn't have a mental disease? I think, my opinion, I think even Dr. Dietz is really kind of hedging on it, so he might be 5.5. Dr. Palermo said no, but he didn't find necrophiliac, at least until he testified. He added that. So we got 5, but we only got 3 that said he was so sick that he couldn't conform. And I am not going to repeat my argument over and over again on what those arguments were for that, because I know you heard me. This doctor said neither the legal system nor society needs forensic psychiatrists who believe that an ability to testify qualifies them to answer any question. They need true experts in criminal behavior, mental disability, forensic child psychiatry, or legal aspects of psychiatric practice. That's what Dr. Dietz said in an article that he wrote some years ago, 1987. He holds true to it today, and I submit to you that every gentleman and lady that appeared here fits that bill, because they are all experts in criminal behavior and in mental disability. Dr. Dietz graduated from his residency program at the Department of Psychiatry at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, and with great pride, he put down that he became a consultant to the United States Attorney's Office in 1981 on the case of U.S. versus John Hinckley. So Wallstrom discount.
Do you think that Dr. Dietz should have been discounted in that case? I think not.
Holy shit. All right, Kayla killed it. I was going to make one of these, but yeah, she did pretty awesome. So anybody that was at Feral Friday, let's just take a moment here. Hold on. Then we got to get serious. Okay. So Feral Friday, the ending was very traumatic. The stream cut off abruptly. I had no control over it. Dan gets a phone call from his wife. He goes down to the haunted cow basement. Anybody that's very familiar with Publicly Buzzed knows that he lives in a house with a basement that used to be a slaughterhouse over 100 years ago for cattle. It's haunted. She's hearing weird noises down there. He goes down and starts checking it out. I guess she's down there. He calls me in live from the way that I get Bob and everybody in through the OBS stream that I had over on the side. I bring him in live, and we see what happens. And Dan encountered a cow and maybe even turned into a cow, because after that ended, sitting in his chair was a cow. So, with all of that said, we're not exactly sure where Dan is, and we need your help to find the Macho Man Dandy Savage, folks. If anyone can help, please don't call this number, 714-960-3017. Dandy Savage is out there somewheres, and he may look like a cow. Please. Please. Incredible work, Kaylin.
My guess is that the jury heard what he had to say, and they just didn't accept what he had to say. That's the way it's played. I think it's clear. I'm getting towards the end of this. This is the toughest part of the things that I do, is having to look at all these notes. And the only reason I have to is because if I sit down
post that
and
on
I never
Twitter right
speak
now.
to you again, which
Shout
I won't be
that's
able
amazing.
to,
Oh my God.
and I can't say I should have said that, because that will hurt. So I try and say everything I can. I have my associates write everything down. I want to get into this, how come we didn't call anybody? You know, that's always an argument. You know, you could have called somebody, and somebody could have told us this. Well, this is a guy that didn't have a relationship with anybody for longer than 10 hours. I mean, I frankly couldn't make opinions about 3/4, 5/7, 6/7 of the people I run across. I mean, the carpet man came in here. The guy who cleaned his carpet came in and he said he didn't have hallucinations or delusions. Well, what is that supposed to mean? And you know, this Tracy Edwards thing seems to be, for some way or another, a craw in somebody's throat. But I didn't see the detective who took the statement from Tracy Edwards being called here to be asked the questions by the prosecutor. Did you ask him how Dahmer was acting in that bedroom and whether or not he was rocking and chanting? And what difference does it make? None of my doctors said the reason I think he was crazy because Tracy Edwards told me he was rocking and chanting. Nobody relied their opinion on that, but I think it was important for you to know what it was like for that one
I'm on Twitter right now trying to post this, guys,
who was present and about to be killed, as to what he was acting like, so you could use that for whatever purpose you wanted. And I keep on hearing about this apartment. I mean, there's a lot of locks on that door, but this apartment that's supposed to be so clean doesn't look to me like it's too tidy. Seems to me the pictures they show are a few cans of beer hanging around and paper strewn on the floor and you know, a whole bunch of boxes hanging here. And you know what? How good a killer this guy is, how in control he is? He leaves the shades open. Look at this, those drapes wide open.
Leaves the shades open.
The officer said that you can look in them. Might be a little tough, but with the lights on, here's a guy that's about to kill somebody that got it open. I don't buy it that this man doesn't show himself to be out of control, therefore he can conform. I don't think that's the test. I think the test is all of these people were killed because of his paraphilic disorder.
This is amazing.
And he couldn't have stopped it on willpower alone. That's simple. I really wish I could just sit down and stop talking about all of this, but I can't. But let me try something on you.
Ooh, Mucho Man. Damn, Deanna. Mucho Man. The Mucho Man. Dandy Savage. Oh, my God. You just murdered that. Mucho Man. Dandy Savage, brother. Yeah.
Wow. I don't know why we insult people who put themselves at risk by standing before the public and taking a position on something like Dr. Berlin's statement. I don't need to see, if a few trees are cut down, we're still in a forest, as being a demeaning statement. I just don't think that's fair. I don't think that's any fairer for me to say, and I'm not saying it because I mean it, but I want to give you an example, that if I was getting $300 an hour, I may want to watch videos with Mr. Dahmer too. I don't think that would be a very classy thing to say, and I wouldn't say it. And I said it only to illustrate a point. I illustrate the point that Dr. Berlin is an absolute expert, and that he did not have to sit down and go through each and every item to arrive at his conclusion that when you're stricken with what he has, it doesn't go away. And when I had enough of facts to know that his condition was X, I didn't have to sit down and write the biography of his life. And I don't know why anybody would look askance at a person that made that answer. And if we were going to put on a dog and pony show, we could have had him sitting here for 3 days, so that wouldn't have been argued, but that would have been an insult to his intelligence to force him to do that. And besides that, as Dr. Wallstrom said to you, he had the advantage, as did Dr. Wallstrom, as did Dr. Becker, all of my work product. And I'm the only guy getting the story out of the defendant at the initial stages until he starts talking to the doctors. So how much time does he have to spend? Dr. Palermo knew within 4 hours that he wasn't insane. Dr. Berlin knew in 3 hours and 45 minutes he was. Which one do we accept? Let me ask you a question. Think of yourself with a 15-year-old son, and that son is the most precious thing in your life. Your entire life is around that son. And one day he comes home and he says, "Mom and Dad, I got to talk to you. I got a problem. I got a problem because something's happening to me, and I don't know what to do about it." And you say, "What is it?" First thing, everything shoots through our mind. He's smoking grass. He's drinking alcohol. He's in trouble at school. He said, "No, it's none of those things. It's worse than that." And then you say, "Well, he had an accident with the car. He's had this, he's had that." And he said, "No, here's what's happening to me. I cannot get over these sexual urges that I'm having." I say, "Everybody has sexual urges, son. Don't worry about it." He said, "Mom and Dad, I'm telling you how bad it is. I have these sexual urges that I'm walking around with day and night to want to make love to a dead body. I want to render somebody unconscious and have sex with them, and I can't get it out of my mind." Who are you going to call? Dr. D?
Ghostbusters! Had to.
Fosdell? Dr. Friedman?
I'm telling you like it
Dr.
is,
Wallstrom,
baby.
Dr. Palermo, Dr. Becker, or Dr. Berlin? While you're fighting to get the phone, one calling Baltimore and the other one calling Tucson, you want those two because they know what's wrong with your son. And if they were to tell you on the phone, tell me about them. By the way, we're hearing about all these things that Dr. Dietz did. I don't remember him talking to Tracy Edwards. I don't remember him talking to Mr. Dahmer, the father.
I don't remember hearing he talked to Mrs. Dahmer, the mother. I don't know where he did some trips, he went to gay bars, he went to the apartment, but I don't hear him doing this totally great job that I'm told that he did the best job. If you remember what my doctor said, Dr. Wallstrom talked to Tracy Edwards. Mr. and Mrs. Dahmer were talked to. We had reports. These guys all did the best possible job they thought they had to do their job in the courtroom, including Dr. Dietz. But my point is, when you call the doctor on the phone and he says to you, how many times a day is your son masturbating? And you say, 2 to 3. And what is his fantasies about? And you say, they're about drugging someone or hitting them over the head and having intercourse of some sort or sex with them while they're in an unconscious or dead state. And then you say, and then the doctor says, well, how long has it been going on? Well, it's been going on for quite a while, he tells us. And what else has he done? Well, he's been messing around getting roadkill off the streets and looking at the insides and getting turned on by that. And they say, well, wait a second. He's okay. This isn't really a mental disease or an illness. Willpower will be able to stop it. You tell him to stop that business. You're going to be on the phone with somebody else. Because you know you got a sicko on your hands. And you see, with all due respect about our normal sex urges, whatever they may be, this is what we have with Jeffrey Dahmer. This is his sexual urges. This is what he's got: the flushing, lobotomies, murders, graveyards, posed pictures, masturbations, drugging.
No. I want to take a picture of that for Twitter here.
Lobotomies, murders, graveyards, posed pictures, masturbations, drugging, cannibalism. We're not talking about the same person. There's nobody in the world like him. Nobody. Could he have stopped without, on his own? No. When did it get to the point, if at all? I at least think I'm about to sit down. I got to check with all of my people here to see if I've covered it. When do we get to the point where we say, justice demands that I say, at this point in time, he had a mental disease. There was something mentally wrong. He had an impairment of his mind that affect his mental and emotional processes? Or do I say, it never happened, he never had that impairment of the mind? Of course he did. But he had it at some point in time. And then the next question is, if that's true, when was he unable to stop? When did that impairment become so strong that it affected his capacity substantially to stop? And I submit to you, and I owe this to you, to say that I know I proved that to you as we were getting down the line with the that one gentleman who ended up in the locker, whose skull ended up in the locker. And I'll tell you another time I proved it to you, is in that Conarac situation and those 4 murders that took place within a month or a month and a half's period. And that would be a mixed verdict. You're entitled to make that. But we all of us have to make sure that the day after we make the decision, whatever it is, just as I'll make the decision tomorrow, when we look in the mirror, did we say we did our job and we did our oath? And see, people don't believe this. I don't care about winning or losing. I just don't care about it. It's just not why I'm here. I am here because I refuse to run from what I'm supposed to be doing, regardless of anybody out in Wonderland that agrees or disagrees. Because someday I'm going to have to answer to the Maker. And he said, amongst other things in the good book, the least you do for one of these, my brethren, you do unto me. If he's evil, he deserves no consideration. He's a maniacal killer. But if he's sick, he should be found to have been sick when his sickness under the law was such that he lost it. And at some time when he was given in to these urges, he lost it. I think I've covered it. Let me check, if you will, with my team. We never heard from, when I'm criticized by the fact that I didn't bring in a whole bevy of people who probably would have made the dumbest, gave the dumbest lay opinion in the history of the world. Sir, how long did you know Jeffrey Dahmer? Well, I worked with him for 7 years. Well, how many times did you talk to him? 3 times. Well, did he appear to be out of his mind? Yes, he did. I mean, come on, this guy is the most desolately lonely human being imaginable. And the only time he could get companionship is in the manner and form in which he tried it, creating all these tragedies that he created. I'm going to just talk. The other thing I want you to think about.
The struggle on Sunday, Bobby. Every day.
I mean, it would be almost inconceivable to believe that a person who is a paraphilic who wants to have sex with dead bodies is going to be honest. I mean, it just speaks for itself. The thing that causes me the greatest concern is this supposed control that he had. I submit to you that a person who has control is never, ever going to take chances that they're just going to be discovered. And the craziest statement that he ever made was in the confession to the police, where incidentally, once again, I want to reiterate, he never tried to blame it on anybody other than himself, where he said, after I brought Conrack back, and I was able to convince those people,
hey, Gypsy,
that I figured I could get away with it forever.
Good girl.
You know how crazy that is?
I'm almost done.
He maintained 10 skulls. We know, as Mr. McCann has even said to you in argument, those folks could have been identified because of their teeth work. So he has the evidence of all of his crimes sitting in his apartment, which he cannot dispense with because of his craziness. He retains them, and after Conrack, he does 3 or 4 more. Now, why wouldn't this very controlled fella say, aha, I got big problems today. I got to start departing of all this, or getting it out of here, or bringing it over to my grandmother's house. All I have to do is go down to the Grand Avenue Mall like I did in the Toomey case, get back here, get those skulls out of here. In case anybody starts looking for that Asian boy, they're going to find no evidence here. It would only take him a couple of days. He doesn't do it at all. And he still does 4 more. And I'm supposed to say on that hypothetical, this is a guy in control of his environment. This is a guy who's so out of control in his environment that the only thing he can do is to plan his next killing, because that's all he ever thought about. And that's tragic, and that's pathetic. I am proud to be here, and I thank you very much for your attention. I don't thank you to patronize you. I thank you because what you're about to do is going to be 10 times tougher than what I have done in here, because all I was a servant. You're the decision maker, and whatever way it is, it's your decision, and I'll respect it, and I pledge to you I will respect it. Thank you very much.
Well,
What's coming? There's still a lot of time.
It's my
here.
turn for a few minutes.
No,
After
the
that, it'll be
judge.
your turn.
Then you get Graham.
the
Hopefully,
jury.
don't pass out during this.
The court will now instruct you upon the principles of law which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdict. In applying these instructions, keep in mind the following. First, you should consider all of the instructions. Second, you should consider the instructions as a whole and apply them to the evidence. Third, the fact that the instructions are given in a particular order does not mean that one is more important than the other. Take the law as it is given in these instructions and apply that law to the facts in the case, which are properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions. And from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. Evidence is three things. First, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received into the trial record. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. If any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, and I should change that language because the issue here is not guilt or innocence. The issue is responsibility, so let me say whether the defendant is responsible or not responsible. Disregard such impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. Count one of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, in January of 1988 at 2357 South 57th Street, City of West Dallas, County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, James E. Dockstader.
Get us that one. Get us that one,
Kill
Kalen.
that person contrary to Wisconsin statute section 940.01. Count two of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, in March of 1988 at 2357 South 57th Street in the City of West Dallas, County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Richard Guerrero, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin statutes, section 940.01. Count three of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about March 26, 1989 at 2357 South 57th Street, City of West Dallas, County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Anthony Sears, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin statute section 940.01(1). Count four of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, during the spring or early summer of 1990 at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Raymond Smith, also known as Ricky Beeks, with intent to kill that person contrary to
Gypsy's trying to get
Wisconsin
me
statute
to
section
take her outside. We're almost done here.
940.01(1). Count 5 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, during the summer of 1990, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Edward W. Smith, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1. Count 6 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about September 3rd, 1990, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Ernest Miller, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1. Count 7 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about September 24th, 1990, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, David Thomas, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1. Count 8 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about February 18th, 1991, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Curtis Strouter, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1. Count 9 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about April 7th, 1991, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Errol Lindsay, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1.
Dandy!
Information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer,
Gypsy's like, what the
on or
fuck?
about May 24th,
I'm sorry, Gypsy.
1991, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Tony Anthony Hughes, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1.
What are you screaming for, buddy?
Count 11 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about May 27th, 1991, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Conorak Synthesymphone, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1. Count 12 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about June 30th, 1991, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Matt Turner, also known as Donald Montrell, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1. Count 13 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about July 7th, 1991, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Jeremiah Weinberger, with the intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statutes Section 940.01, paren 1. Count 14 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about July 15th, 1991, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Oliver Lacey, with intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statutes Section 940.01, paren 1. Count 15 of the information in this case charges that the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, on or about July 19th, 1991, at 924 North 25th Street, City and County of Milwaukee, did cause the death of another human being, Joseph Bredehoff, with the intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin Statute Section 940.01, paren 1. The defendant, Jeffrey Dahmer, has been found guilty of every count in the information. You have just heard testimony about the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offense. You will now be asked to determine whether the defendant is responsible for his criminal conduct. Before you may find that the defendant is not responsible for his criminal conduct, the defendant must satisfy you to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the crime was committed, he had a mental disease, as a result of which he lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law. This issue will be presented to you in the form of 2 questions. Now, actually, what you're going to receive is 15 different verdict forms, 1 verdict form as to each count in the information. And I'm going to read what those questions are as to one of the verdicts. I don't think we have to go through all 15. I suspect we've had enough repetition throughout this case. Question 1 will read, at the time the crime was committed in count 1 of the
All right, I'm going to let this keep rolling, but I am going to roll and run and use the bathroom
James
real
E.
quick, guys. Be right back.
Did the defendant, Jeffrey L. Dahmer, have a mental disease? And then there'll be a space for an answer, which will be either yes or no. Question number 2. If you have answered question number 1 yes, then answer this question. As a result of the mental disease, as to count 1 in the information, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law? And again, there's a space for an answer, which will be either yes or no. Now, the first question is, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease? If you answer the first question yes, you will be asked to answer the second question, which is, as a result of the mental disease, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of law? The first question is, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease? Mental disease is an abnormal condition of the mind which substantially affects mental or emotional processes. You are not bound by medical labels, definitions, or conclusions as to what is or is not a mental disease. You should not find that a person is suffering from a mental disease merely because he may have committed a criminal act or because of the unnaturalness or enormity of such act, or because a motive for such act may be lacking. Temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease. An abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct does not constitute a mental disease. A voluntarily induced state of intoxication by drugs or alcohol, or both, does not constitute a mental disease. A temporary mental state which is brought into existence by the voluntary taking of drugs or alcohol does not constitute mental disease. Chronic use of drugs or alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease if the condition has become permanent. If you are satisfied to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that the defendant had a mental disease at the time the offense was committed, you must answer the first question yes, and go on to answer the second question. If you are not so satisfied, you should answer the first question no, and you need not consider the second question. The second question is, as a result of the mental disease, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of law? Before you may answer this question, yes, you must be satisfied that the defendant's mental disease caused a substantial impairment in his capacity to understand what he was doing was wrong or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law.
Take a drink, sir.
If you are satisfied to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that as a result of the mental disease at the time of the offense was committed, the defendant lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law, you must answer the second question, yes. If you are not so satisfied, you should answer the question, no. If you answer both of these questions, yes, the defendant will be found to be not responsible for the offense, and you will be committed to the Department of Health and Social Services and will be placed in an appropriate institution unless the court determines that the defendant would not pose a danger to himself or to others if released under conditions ordered by the court. In deciding whether the defendant is responsible for the criminal conduct, you are to consider only the issue of the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offense committed. Agreement by 10 or more jurors is sufficient to become the verdict of the jury. Jurors have a duty to consult
That's an accomplishment
with one another, to
on
deliberate
Sunday.
for the purpose of reaching agreement. You can do so consistently with your duty as a juror. At least the same 10 jurors should concur in all of the answers made on each verdict. I ask you to try to be unanimous if you can. Now, you will find space at the foot of the verdict where dissenting jurors, if there be any, will sign their names and state the answer or answers with which they do not agree. Either the blank lines or the space below may be used for that purpose. Disregard entirely any question the court did not allow to be answered. Do not guess what the witness's answer to such question might have been. If the question implied that certain facts were true, disregard any such implication and draw no inference from the question. During the trial, the court has ordered certain testimony to be stricken. Disregard all stricken testimony. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If the remarks implied that the existence of certain facts not in evidence, disregard any such implication and draw no inference from the remarks. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions.
AZ coming through with $5. Thanks, AZ. Appreciate it, bud. Let me hit you with a little bit of love, first of all. $5. Bolo Dan, 2 horns, swatting tail, last seen near the onion patch. Yeah, see, we got to check the onion patch. And the taste of the milk is funny. I say it, AZ. The hell? If we can find Dan an onion patch, that'd be amazing. We need AZ. I'm going to put you in charge, sir. You are now in charge of finding Dan at this onion patch. Keep us updated.
And your own inferences from the evidence. And decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions given you by the court. The district attorney and the attorney for the defendant have stipulated or agreed to the existence of certain facts, and you must accept these facts as conclusively proved. The weight of evidence is not to be decided merely according to the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than that of another witness, or even several other witnesses, and you may give it such weight in considering your verdict. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observation and experience in the affairs of life. The general rule is that witnesses may testify only to facts they know. A witness, however, who has a special knowledge, experience, skill, training, or education in a particular profession or occupation is permitted to give an opinion as an expert in the field. In determining the weight to be given to the opinion of an expert, You should consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert, whether the opinion is based upon established facts or agreed facts in the case, and the reasons given for the opinion. Such evidence is received for the purpose of aiding you in arriving at a conclusion if it does so aid you. You are not bound by the opinion of any expert. You should consider carefully the opinion evidence with all the other evidence in the case, giving to it just such weight as you decide it is entitled to receive. In resolving any conflict that may exist in the testimony of expert witnesses, you should weigh the opinion of one expert against the other. In doing this, you should consider the relative qualifications and credibility of the expert witnesses, as well as the reasons for each opinion and the facts and other matters upon which it is based. The court has appointed Dr. George Palermo as an expert witness. The same tests as are applied to all other witnesses' testimony are applicable to the expert appointed by the court. Each party has the privilege of calling other experts at the trial. During the trial, an expert witness was told to assume certain facts and asked for an opinion based upon that assumption. This is called a hypothetical question. Consider the opinion only if you believe the assumed facts upon which it is based. If you find that the facts stated in the hypothetical question have not been proved, then the opinion based on those facts is not to be given any weight. The general rule is that witnesses may testify only to facts known to them. There are exceptions to this rule, and in this case, several witnesses were allowed to give an opinion as to Jeffrey Dahmer's mental condition at the time they had contact with him. In determining the weight to be given to this opinion, you should consider the witness's opportunity to observe what happened and the extent to which the opinion is based upon that observation. The opinion is received for the purpose of aiding you in arriving at a conclusion if it does aid you. You are not bound by the opinion of any witness. You should consider carefully the opinion evidence with all the other evidence in the case, giving to it just such weight as you decide it is entitled to receive. Attorneys for each side have the right and duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. No adverse inference is to be drawn from any such objection. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion as to the weight of the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight of the evidence. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and weigh the testimony of the witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole.
Put us to sleep.
You are the sole judges of the credibility
AZ,
of the several witnesses
thanks for being here today, brother.
and of the weight and
Livened up the
credit
chat,
to be
man.
given
Love
to
it.
their testimony. In determining the weight and credit you should give to the testimony of each
Looking for
witness,
Dan. Let's go.
you should consider their interest or lack of interest in the result of this trial, their conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, their bias or prejudice, if any, has been shown, the clearness or lack of clearness of their recollections, their opportunity for observing and knowing the matters and things testified to by them, and the reasonableness of their testimony. You should also take into consideration the apparent intelligence of each witness, the possible motives for falsifying.
Hey,
and all
Patricia,
other
later. I
facts and
just saw that.
circumstances appearing
Take
on
it
the
easy. Have a good
trial,
Sunday. Have a good
which
week.
Can either to support or discredit their testimony, and then give to the testimony of each witness such weight and credit as you believe it fairly entitled to receive. Now, members of the jury, this case is ready to be submitted to you for your serious deliberation. You will consider the case fairly, honestly, impartially, and in the light of reason and common sense. Give each question in the verdict your careful and conscientious consideration. In answering each question, free your minds of all feelings of sympathy, bias, or prejudice. Let your verdict speak the truth, whatever the truth may be. When you retire to the jury room, your first duty will be to elect a juror who will preside over your deliberations and write in the answers you have agreed upon. The vote of the presiding juror,
We're
however,
close. I was about to end it, but we're right there.
is no
Might as well
greater
finish it up.
than the vote of any other juror. When your deliberations are concluded and your answers
Everybody heading
inserted
out.
in
Take
the
it
verdict,
easy. Thank you all for hanging out
the
today.
presiding
Appreciate it.
juror will sign and date the verdict, and all of you will return with the verdict into court. The clerk will now swear the bailiffs. Sure.
You do swear that unless otherwise ordered by the court, you will develop much of your ability to draw jurors along in this trial together in some highly convenient ways. That you will not suffer any person to speak to them or speak to them yourself until they have agreed on their verdict or are discharged by the court. That you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person who stated their deliberations or the verdict you have agreed upon shall be valid.
I would instruct the bailiffs that the jury is not to commence its deliberations until we have gone through the procedure of determining who the alternates are, which we will do in just a moment. However, the jury is excused at this time.
All right, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've made it to the final week of Murder Church. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Wow. Thank you all so much so far on this journey. We're going to keep on trucking. Murder Church is not ending, and we're going to start a new trial. But next week will be the final week of Jeffrey Dahmer's insanity trial. So yeah, please join me for that. This week, ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday night, only on Kick, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to watch a horror movie. I will release what it will be at some point, probably tomorrow on Twitter or on YouTube's community, somewhere along those lines. Come and hang out. Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. New time frame, guys. Thursday night, only here on YouTube. Going to have a good show that night as well. Feral Friday, also new time frame, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Come and hang out. And then, yeah, like I said earlier, I was doing a plug with the Amazon links. This link right here, folks, if you use that link for any shopping, whether it's Christmas or whatever, you do not have to buy the product in the link that you're going to be taken to. But if you use that link and you get taken to Amazon and you go through the process of purchasing whatever you wanted to, that would help out Publicly Buzz. I'm going to keep plugging that. Thank you guys so much. What an incredible day. Viv, you're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, we're going to keep on rocking and rolling here. I will be talking to everybody, I'm sure, on Jay's channel, probably in the morning. Crime Spots, thank you so much. Everybody coming through. Yeah, right now, we had an incredible day. Love you guys. Yeah, let's do it. Enjoy your Sunday. Let's get out of here. Boom.
See, we shoot them up bang bang over here. We not scared of they motherfucking ass.